when we look back at history, has there ever been any examples that we could see as people having wrong beliefs about something on a mass level? Could be possible that maybe even today we could be wrong about some things. Why is it natural to assume that our social beliefs are correct? Look, you don't know how the sun's made. The buildings, societies around you, you're immersed in it. And it must have taken some pretty intelligent people to build this stuff, right? It must be pretty smart. How about an airplane? We live in an incredible era, right? You can have a video phone where you talk to somebody and they're not even in the same room as you, and you're looking at them having a conversation. We live in an amazing society. We don't know how it works. We have no clue how most of this stuff works. Those of us that are more educated have maybe a decent idea how stuff is working. Still, we have no clue how this thing is working. As a result, the natural tendency is to give authority to society. We give them authority. We let society dictate our beliefs to us. It's very easy to give up your concepts of reality to society and to get in a habit of looking to other people for how to live. Most people in the world walk through life in a walking days. They don't know what their values are. They do not have a concept of their own values. They do not have a concept of who they are. They don't know what they want out of life. And they're being tinkered with by other people who do. That's what modern society does. Now, if we tell the truth, can they hear that? They can't hear that. They don't want to hear that. That's the shit people are not supposed to hear. Because if they hear that, they freak the fuck out, right? And even if they hear me say, like, he's mean. Like, that's mean, what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the truth? Like, fuck emotions. What's the fucking truth? What's the truth, homie? The reason why, because there's some shit people are not meant to hear. There's some shit people are not meant to see. You're not supposed to know that. You might have noticed sometimes I'm sarcastic in my videos. I say a lot of shit that's like, you know, over the top sometimes, fucking crazy. You're not really sure if I'm serious or not. Why do I do that? The reason is I don't have a lot of tolerance for bullshit group motherfucking thing. In school, they teach you how to be smart, right? Kind of. School teaches you how to memorize, you know, ways to do mathematics. Teaches you how to read a book, maybe, to spell. Teaches you to memorize where a country is. That's good shit, man. Look, there's a lot of good stuff in school. We know that. Am I being sarcastic? Am I not? Who the fuck knows? Who the fuck cares? Why? Because you have to develop independent judgment. You have to see the world through your own two eyes. You gotta put yourself in situations that you don't totally understand. And when you do that, although it may not feel good in the moment, there's a deeper reward that you get over time. But that's why the journey of it is so fucking fun. Because it's a pursuit and environment and sort of thing where you can actually putting yourself out of your comfort zone and growing as a person. But if you never push out of your comfort zone, what happens to your brain? Autopilot. Just do the same thing again and again. You see the world through your eyes, nobody else's eyes. Not your friend's eyes, not society's eyes, your eyes. And this comes from developing that muscle up in your head. School taught you the skills of what? Memorization. Fitting in, not necessarily standing out. Maybe for some people that exceptional teacher, that's not the case, right? But for a lot of people, that is the case. Teaches you great skills to be a factory worker. Is that what you want? So, cultivate the skill of seeing the world through your own eyes. You're going to get social feedback telling you you can't. You're going to get social feedback telling you that you are not good enough. You're going to have a million different things up in your head telling you why you can't do it. Social feedback is going to tell you, motherfucker, longer, you can't do it. So you have to think for yourself. You shouldn't need to ask for permission. You should be self-released. You shouldn't be looking for a reaction. You should feel good, man, because life is fucking short. You get it?
Well, that's a great way to start off. Says so much through that video that applies to exactly what's going on. It's interesting too when you hear all that, how much it rings true to yourself, you know. And to me, that's the ultimate truth. That can't be really taken away by anything. People have, you know, they can lie to someone else, but I think it's almost impossible to lie to yourself to a point where you don't recognize that, right? So, you know, when you're hearing truth, you know what you want to believe in. We don't have all the answers. I'll never admit to knowing everything, because I don't. I'm on a path of knowledge right now. So I'm learning day by day. What I know today might be corrected tomorrow. I don't know. It depends on what I, learn next. It's a pursuit for the answers right now, right? Because that's the only thing that we can do. I don't see no big movement out there or anything like that. We have no military that's going for flat earth, so it's not like you can go join the ranks of something and contribute. Pretty much we all have to just keep punching at this at every different angle. Hopefully each of us can land on the ears of certain people. Sorry about that. But, and that's what's good about YouTube, is that there's all these different varieties of channels for people to go listen to, where, Jaren, for one instance, will come across to one person and not another, but then that person, if they pursue it a little bit further, will find someone that lends to their ear. So I find it to be really good, the diversity in our community. I believe that's one huge advantage right now to the flat earth, and keeping it going strong, as we've seen over the last couple of years. So, and also I want to talk about last night, I want to show you that Joe Rogan clip. I hope you guys all went and watched that. I want to start off tonight actually by going through, here it is, what they're talking about with the AI first, the Google AI chatbot. It was interesting, the one thing that it did bring up. Yeah, he kind of skipped over quickly, but some interesting stuff here. It's I'll put that link in the video after. Let's see. That was interesting. What is the color of our blood? Is the same as a black eye. One eye. It's interesting. I might be reading too much into that, but that's just interesting. Purpose of life, to serve the greater good. That sounds all lovey-dovey. Let's see here. Where's the part where I want to show you guys? There it is. Okay. So what is mortality? And the machine just asked a question back. What is altruism? And then the human is, well, what is the definition of altruism? And the machine replies back, and this is pretty sarcastic in a way: if you don't believe in God, then you don't know, And that caught me off guard, because I've never personally heard of altruism until looking into this. So let's go take a look at that. So we have, altruism or selflessness. So basically, I'm going to leave a link to this. And I'm horrible at reading off of any kind of textbook or that to a crowd. I don't know. It's just one of my shortcomings in life. But I've read through this, and what basically it boils down to is that it's the when, say, if there's someone's injured, or someone needs help, and you put yourself out of your way to go help that person without any kind of payment for that um, action. And this also happens in the wild. So there's, animals have been known to go and save other animals from threats, and then, without any kind of, without eating them, or, that whole instinct of prey over, or predator over prey, is foregoed for that empathy, for the selflessness. And that was quite interesting, because read through this, it's just an interesting outtake, because it does oppose evolution. It is one of the biggest arguments still in the evolution as well, because it kind of goes against evolution always looking for the best and moving forward. It wouldn't care about the weak, and if something does fall prey to being weak, then in evolution alone, there should be no fostering of that, right? So there is a problem when you look at this with evolution, and they do talk about that in this. So I would go in and read all of this. There's quite a bit to it. I'm just kind of skimming the surface with you guys, and I don't want to bore everyone to death by reading out passage to passage and such. I just want to point out where all the research points to when you're looking at this. So that's just a little part that came off that video with Joe Rogan, but I still want to go back and focus on 666. I want to show you something that I found, and then back up to even Donald Trump, because Donald Trump, I want to show you what's happened and how it's pinpointed to this very moment where Donald Trump is now coming into power. But yet, if you really look, this is the plan to put him in power. Right back from, you can look right back as easy into Back to the Future, how they portrayed Biff Towers, and Biff being this ruler of the world at the time, over with his money, kind of thing. So, and not only that, but you'll see through the research here how I'll show you how all that technology from, we're looking into the quantum physics yesterday, and how that was adopted into Bell, into then a specialized department, a lab, which is Lucent Technologies, that's in that building, where the address really, if we weren't following the 666 already, that would, might have been something we can overlook, but I mean, it's just piling on top of all that years. Plus, once we go look at Donald Trump's biography, you'll see it's latent throughout his life as well. But I'll look also at some other connections first to show you what I'm talking about. But I first just wanted to show you this about that robot, about the AI that Google has going. And he also talked about demons going into robots, right? That's kind of freaky. I didn't even consider that until I saw that. I was always, you always hear about demon possessions and people. But imagine that, if they're creating robots for demons to possess. It's just something to take note of, because that was an interesting thing he brought up. It caught me off guard. I've never pondered the idea up to that point. So, well, back out of here. Where was I? So we want to go to here. Oh, and trumpets. That's another thing I want to bring up as quickly, because that's what he ran on his campaign, right? The amount of return on investment on a con job. Just some stuff when you look at this, right? Slow feeling of regret after realization that a discussion was a huge mistake. I'm feeling a bit of trumpets after eating that last burrito. Yeah, all kinds of stuff. I'm not sure if this was all just made up after or during his run, but it's interesting stuff. It's what just pulls up on Google when I try to look up trumpets, all about that. So very interesting. And I kind of wonder, you just look at Trump as name. We have that first Trump of the Bible in revelations. So I don't know. A lot of weird stuff with Trump. Okay, so we're going to go back here. I just wanted to go back into here. So we know that the owners, Charles Kushner and his son, Jared. Jared's married to Ivanka Trump, right? And is now an aide, or he's going to be helping out his father-in-law because he's going into office, and he actually put everything into his brother's name. Now, some interesting things here. When I went into him, just 1 second here. Was it further down here? Sorry, guys. I was looking at a lot of stuff today. I think it was just... Oh yeah, I was looking at the years here. So the September 28th. You start looking here. Right around 2001. What was that again? Yeah, this is where I went to. Sorry, guys. Oh yeah, this company right here owns is a 50-50. And look at this. This company, World Trade Center. All right. And look at this. In that year, just before everything happened. So I'm going to leave, like, this is where I was saying to follow these, the research out, because it connects this like a spider web. I can believe that you come naturally to this, and that's directly connected to the son there. That's now advisor under Trump. I find it extremely interesting how this is all put together. Same with this Robert E. Smith. I found this guy quite interesting. I'll leave a link to his biography, but he also has a school named after him, I believe. Let me just open this. Oh yeah, he climbed this. That's right. I was looking at that. But he has a school. Just 1 second. I'll show you this. So we'll copy that. Go look up this guy. So there he is right there. Oh yeah, well, that's how I got it. What am I doing? I think there's something. No, that wasn't it. I was thinking maybe the other guy there. Oh yeah, the Smithsonian. And when you look, these guys in total, if just within a few connections, you'll see quite a bit of connections to almost owning everything that we see out in public. Like you have the main landmarks, main buildings, companies. Is that it? One of these buildings I was looking at. And again, Brings up the son's company. Oh, here we go. There it is. Acquired 20% of Alexander. I think this is what I was looking at. What was it here that I want to show? And it was this company too that was involved with the World Trade Center as well. It just shows you the interconnection between all these families. These, and I hate to use a denomination, but the Zionist Jewish family that his daughter's married into, all of his family, all of his kids. And he's pretty much, they're all devoted to that religion now, right? And we look back at this guy. What was his favorite? One second here. This I found a little interesting. See and look at it. See, and he was the replacement for his campaign manager. And this guy's interesting too. He actually had a couple of charges towards him. Interesting fellow to go look up as well. And nepotism means if you're favoritism towards a relative and stuff like that, and it only applies to churches, government, stuff like that. If you're wondering what that was, seeing Ivanka converted to Judaism. Remember I was telling you about Judaism kind of was born out of Egypt, and then it disappeared, and now it has a rebirth, right? So it's interesting. Still, like I'm still very confused over the whole religious part. I'm still studying a lot of it because it's very complex. Each of them have their own antichrist, but they all sound the same with blackened eyes and stuff. One Islam's, I think, is bald though. They just have different beliefs about Jesus. The Jews are actually looking for the Messiah to come. He hasn't come yet. He will come when the world unites and has no more wars and stuff like that. So I should have wrote this down exactly where it was. But there's a part that basically he believes in, and once you read through this whole bio here, I just don't want to sit too long on it. You'll find that he loves this one film because he likes to get back at his enemy. I forget how it was said. I wish I wrote it down. But I'll definitely go through all this. But the whole thing is that all these, like he's the owner of that building, the 666. His father is, I should say. But he also was a part of NATO, which basically won the bid for the World Trade Centers. And then Silverstein kind of stepped in right before, which is quite like that whole information I have to go look at. But I want to know how that kind of happened, and a shortcoming in the money or something, but I'm not sure. But they all seem to get rich right after that, and get a lot of control, right? 9/11 definitely changed the world. And the fact that this is connected to 9/11, and it's connected to the new president, in my opinion. And we've had this forecast in the programming over the years in media, movies, and stuff. It's hard to say that they didn't want Trump in power. Some people are saying, "Oh, and Trump's for the truth," but also I think the Antichrist is supposed to be loved by all, right? So if he guises everybody first, it's not your average president. And this is interesting. I wanted to play this quickly, and then I'll go to chat there and see what you guys think.
Jared is perceived right now as a very, very powerful man in the land.
He's Trump's golden boy.
Yes.
Journalist and author Vicky Ward has known Jared Kushner and Donald Trump for many years.
Only one person tells Donald what to do, and that is Donald Trump. Bottom line. But I think after that, it is his children, certainly Ivanka. And Jared, I did actually speak to Donald Trump on Friday, and he told me how incredibly brilliant he thinks Jared is. He called him my son, not even son-in-law, my son.
We went to find Jared Kushner to ask him what his plans were. Walk into the office at 666.
And I use this. This is from Black Child. I'll show you his channel name there.
We went to find Jared Kushner to ask him what his plans were. Walk into the office at 666 for that.
Okay. Well, I'll leave a link to that video he did. I advise to go watch it. It offers, I think he presents it in not the best way, but definitely some information in there showing you how all that kind of connects. But I just want to show you all that research. Like, it's quite interesting coming off of that quantum physics video. All the research leads through all that. Like, that's everywhere I've explored, looking and connecting, just going, especially through Wiki. Wiki's great because of their links on the page. So you can that's kind of like a web in this way. You're connecting the dots. And but there's tons of proof. And if it's I wonder what it is. Let's go take a look.
Tell you about what has just transpired. I let Beyond the Imaginary Logic know about the debate tomorrow or conversation, and I let him know a couple other things,
What's that about again? What's the proof it's going to prove? I'll have to check that out. I haven't seen that. Just go check it out quick. Caught my attention. Come on. Sure, I'll find it out of this. Let's go here. What I'm going to do is just put this for, oops. We'll do this here. So, but anyway, all that research, what I'm going to do is put all the links to it. That's the end of everything from yesterday. Sorry for getting cut off yesterday. I want to present all that just in the one episode. So what we'll do is just for the rest of the episode is do some researching. If you guys want to look at some stuff, ask questions about the research or adding information that you have that I should be looking at, then that'd be awesome. And now I'll continue into the year of review on the next episode. Okay, we're looking for Antonio. Well, it doesn't actually look off the title good, does it? Well, yeah, I've been watching this one, I think, already.
Back to basics. If you're a flat earther, shame on you if you're not subscribed to Joshua Nowicki.
I'm
It's on
subscribed.
YouTube, you know. Anyway, let's go.
This is from Joshua Nowicki, and what you're seeing here is a mirage. We typically would not be able to see this from the Lake Michigan shore. We talked about this last night. Conditions are right on the lake that we're actually seeing a mirage of the Chicago skyline. Very interesting. Here's what's happening. This is a good example of a superior mirage. So Joshua was on the Lake Michigan shore. He was looking towards the west, and Chicago's beyond the horizon. Should not be able to see it. However, with the right conditions, we have an inversion. We have cold air near the cold lake water and some relatively warmer air above it. This will bend the image of that skyline back towards the viewer. And so typically we would not be able to see this, but instead we're able to see it on the Lake Michigan shore. Chicago's beyond the horizon. We would not be able to see this, should not be able to see it. And it would be viewable from much, much higher in the sky, but instead we're able to see it on the Lake Michigan shore. Chicago's beyond the horizon. We would not be able to see this, should not be able to see it. And it would be viewable from much, much higher in the sky, but instead we're able to see it on the Lake Michigan shore. Chicago's beyond the horizon. We would not be able to see this.
Saying a lot of people have to get into their heads about from that top of the water, mainly, also over land, we see it as well, is the, well, I mean, anywhere you have air's got moisture in it, you know, and different levels of moisture, right? So we're going to get that same see-through haze effect, and it's going to be thicker in the bottom layers and thin out as it goes up, as we know. So, I mean, don't understand how anybody that looks at the globe doesn't understand that. When Bill Nye said one of his evidences for it being a globe is that he can't see New York or London from New York, right? Or Paris from New York or something. But basically insinuating that if it's a flat Earth, we should be able to see across the Atlantic Ocean, right? Which is, I mean, a 5-year-old in science knows that you won't be able to do that just for the fact that the density of the molecules in the air are not going to allow that to happen. But let's check this out.
Should not be able to see it. And it would be viewable from much, much higher in the sky, but instead we're able to see it on the Lake Michigan shore. Chicago's beyond the horizon. We would not be able to see this, should not be able to see it. And it would be viewable from much, much higher in the sky, but instead we're able to see it on the Lake Michigan shore.
I'm about to show you some pictures I took of Chicago, the skyline from the Michigan City Lighthouse, 38.8 miles away. This picture was taken 5 feet off the water. In this first picture, this was taken on 3/2/16. I know the date says 3/3. I
like that.
messed up on my dating on the camera. It's fixed now. This picture was taken 5 feet off the water.
We would not be able to see this.
About, I think it was 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It was pretty cloudy, but I could still make the outlines of some of the buildings. And now this next picture that you're seeing is from 9 feet off the water.
Chicago's beyond the horizon. You would not be able to see this, should not be able to see it.
The backside of the lighthouse. I was having trouble seeing with all the light coming from the break wall, I guess you'd call it, going down to the lighthouse. So from now on, I'll be taking pictures from the backside, even during the day, which is 9 feet off the water, and there should be 822.8 feet of curvature blocking your view of the city. Now what I'm showing you here is a zoomed in picture from the second, showing only, what, let me see, maybe 4 buildings there. And then this picture I'll be showing you here is roughly the same.
See, and the line is right there. You guys can see it. Where the horizon or the sky meets the ground as far as the actual flip. You can see that cross. Yes, look at that over there. Yeah, actually no, it's lower. Sorry guys. Because this is blurring out this section. See, this is what happens when you get old. It took me 3 weeks to figure out flat earth, so that's probably because of my eyesight wasn't as good. Yeah, so that's the upper one. You can see it's all stretched out.
Maybe a little bit more zoomed in. But regardless, it's of the Willis Tower and the surrounding buildings, and you can see many more at night when it's all lit up. The Legacy building is 822 feet tall, and it is the 13th tallest building. So there should only be 12 buildings visible from this distance, and the whole skyline is visible,
Should not be able to see it on the Lake Michigan shore.
as I've showed you. I don't know, it was about 35 degrees out. The water was not frozen. So air temperature and ground temperature, at least in Michigan City, were fairly close. The nighttime pictures were taken on the 11th at about 8:30 at night. Not really sure what to tell you, folks.
To echo Jeronism's latest work, this is footage taken without GoPro fisheye lens. This is from the BBC. And this is from Google. And now a quick response to Glenn and Graham. This is where the photograph would have been taken to capture the South Celestial Pole, just to the right of center. Okay, here I have replicated the photograph as best I can.
Okay, and that he made another video on that one too. No equator on the flat earth. Do you have a link? Oops. I'll come back and check it out. But yeah, that Chicago skyline for sure is some really good evidence, especially that Rob went out and did the footwork on it. I think it's pretty undeniable, that evidence. Some of our strongest evidence. Oops. What's this? Oh, what am I doing? Yeah, it's over here. It's this one. Yeah.
I've taken note of things like this.
This is quite interesting.
Bottom of land
watching
doesn't
this
quite
earlier.
reach the center of the frame.
His other video.
Okay? Bottom of the land doesn't quite reach the center of the frame. The width of the silo is just shy. So this would be the width of the silo. It's just shy of the edge of the photo. width of the silo should come here. It's shy of this. Maybe I can change it a little bit more. Let's see. Okay. So maybe a little bit more. So width of the silo come to here. There. Okay. Now, note the compass. This is the center of the frame. So the center of the shot is here. The center of the shot is here. The center of the pole is just to the right of that. But we can't just blind guess. So what we'll do is we'll use this as a measurement, the width from here to here horizontally. And we'll say that's one width, and that's half a width, maybe just over half a width. So this is one width here across, so that would be one width, just over half a width. This would be the orientation of the cameraman if he was shooting for the center of the star trail to be in the center of his image. Okay? Because things being too centered is a bit off-putting, the cameraman is quite rightly composition, shifted it, make sure it's not in the center of the frame. So in the center, not here. I mean, if it had been a little bit more in the center, it's just off-putting. Okay, so I've tried to replicate this as best I can, the height of this, but I've come close to it. Okay, because you just don't get the option. You can't just zoom out a little bit. Now, the image is centered as if this was in the center. Okay? So this should be pointing absolutely due south. You see it isn't. Now I'm going to move this back to the orientation that the cameraman had it in, where the center of the frame was to the left. You see, just off center from the center of the vortex, of the swirl. Okay, here's the center of the frame. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to move it just slightly. Okay, sorry, here. That's all I've done. I've moved it this much. This much. Note the compass. Now let's have a look to see what it would have looked like if you were shooting true south. The vortex would have been on this vertical line, which is to the left of center, which means to the east. So we can see from this shot that if he had been aiming directly south, the vortex being there would have been to the southeast. This is probably why he didn't shoot directly south. So this is the configuration. The vortex is here. You don't have that width.
Yeah,
So,
that's a very hard one, though. I have to say that we're talking small amounts. I think alternative cosmology, if you go look at what he's done with the astral plate, is the closest for a logical explanation that I've seen yet. So that part, and that was over-explained. I was watching it earlier. I was seeing where he was going with it, but like I said, it's interesting. But it's not really good proof that way. Okay, let's go check this one out. It was you gave me from the oops. Okay. Yeah.
Test. Hello, everybody. It's Patrick Fitzsimmons here with another video, and today I am going to flip the coin a little bit, as many of you know that I sometimes do. Look at things from different perspectives, and so I've been looking at some of the heliocentric model dynamics lately, and still going to be looking into that, but I can't just go on with that forever without looking at some of the other dynamics in the flat Earth model idea, some of the logistics and whatnot. So I'm going to title this video, "There is no equator on the flat Earth." And this is probably one of those videos I'm going to make, and I'm going to lose some subscribers, and so be it. I'm not in here to be popular. So, this is the typical, I guess, pancake, cookie, frisbee, flat Earth model, whatever people like to equate the flat Earth pictorially. And so if they were going to be actually technical about it, it is a cylinder, because being a three-dimensional circle automatically gives it that geometric shape in opposition to a sphere. And you see, you got the sphere over there, and I've got a couple other little models out here I'm going to show you. That one over there here is a square, and actually it would be a cube three-dimensionally, and that's what we call it. And so that's I guess more along the idea of a model with infinite plane. This square or cube could actually, literally go on infinitely, and we just live in this little puddle of the supposed flat Earth. And so that's one other model that has been popularized and that sort of thing in the past couple of years. And I know a lot of people are getting away from trying to depict a model that would accurately define the dynamics, okay, of flat Earth. A lot of people are talking about the dynamics, and this is something, I was kind of, in the beginning, I was doing the modeling and that sort of thing. This is back when Rob Skiba was doing some modeling, and some others were doing some modeling, and I was kind of, saying, how come people aren't talking about the dynamics as much as they are the model? And so now this time has come where people are starting to talk about the dynamics and dropping the model altogether. And so, being a guy of opposition, I have to go back and sort of oppose that to some degree, because the model is just as important as the dynamics, right? It's without one, you don't have the other, sort of thing. And so right here, let's see if I can fly. Bandy clam. So I'll probably start calling it bandy clam. It clams me up. It bogs me down quite a bit. Oh, too far. And so this is a torus, and you can see the texture does not really render very well on the torus. So, I'm going to say with some certainty, I don't think that the Earth shape is toroidal. At least not the physics of it. The physical part of it. The magnetic part, I believe, is toroidal. At least what we can seem to render with our technology. And so then I've got, whoop, now I'm just zooming all over the place here. I've got this little lump of things, actually a sculpted prim, these two here. The bottom sculpted prim is generally used with a rock texture here in Kylie. And the top one is a giant skull. I just wanted to see how the Earth would render on the shape of a skull. And so it's kind of interesting, but they're again not very practical. So let's go back over to the sphere. This is just basically to get an idea that we do have to define a shape for the Earth in order to determine the dynamics. Okay, this is starting to, where we have to be concerned about the math to some degree, not just the perspective, because the dynamics can be calculated and predicted as math. That's pretty much what math does for us, right? It makes calculations and predictions that are repeatable and measurable again and again. And so one thing we can see, if I can turn around here, maybe I can't. But one thing we can see looking at a spherical Earth is the idea of where an equator will be. This is kind of a question I brought up in a previous video, is how do we determine where the equator is on the Earth, be it any particular shape. And so if it were flat, or let's say non-spherical, how do we determine that? How have we made measurements, as far as an ice wall that holds all of the water in? I am going to have to stop flying. Oh, this thing's going to block out on me. You guys know I'm not in this for, like I said, the fame or the fortune or the video choice awards here. Just looking at some obvious things, and trying to maybe get some more insight into this whole idea of the dynamics and, of course, the shape. We can't forget about the shape. And considering the Matrix or the virtual reality theory on the Earth, as far as it is really shapeless and formless, is another possibility, and that's really what the sim here kind of represents in that larger aspect. So it doesn't have a texture. This is just part of the beingness in the sim. Is this is a virtual world, and so that kind of relates to that. I can talk more on simulation theory in that regard, but we're going to really just focus right now on the sphere and the non-sphere, and whether it's going to be a cylinder or a cube. I think those would be the next logical choices in a path of progression. And so both the cylinder and cube can be used for a flat, non-spherical Earth. But how do we determine the equator, and then, of course, the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn? On a sphere, it's very easy to determine the equator because it is the midpoint. And the tropics obviously represent the tilt of the Earth against the ecliptic. But of course, on a flat Earth, there is no ecliptic, at least none that we could verify to see as a plane. Okay, on a flat Earth, the ecliptic would have to be a cylinder. Why is that? Well, on a sphere, the ecliptic is a plane, is a flat plane. And that is based on the idea of two spherical entities which would be the Earth and the Sun, at some distance apart from each other, having a centralized platform, so to speak, as they are rendered in space, right? Space-time. But on a
Yeah, but that's a sundial here at that equinox will have the sun pass right over top of it where there would be no shadow. Likewise for here at an equinox and here as well. This is more like, think of a road. This is just the outer lines and your dotted line in the center marking the path of where the sun travels throughout a year. Likewise here. So I'm not following it, but I'm going to continue the video. Just see, you kind of push this out to mean that these are the tilt, and this is just the marker for the halfway of the globe, which is obvious, it's logical. And it doesn't matter. I mean, it's all about observation. They know in these locations, if they have sundials, which there's thousands across the world, there's certain locations, maybe not out here to mark it. So no one would know there unless there's islands there. But the sundials would reveal where the sun is. And there's some, that goes back in history, and they work to this day. So I have a hard time disputing anything sundials reveal, just to let you know.
flat Earth, you know, a lot of people will have the little sun and moon circling around the record player sort of thing and giving us the idea of the celestial dynamics of a close and small sun and moon. And of course, if we're going to determine the ecliptic in that model, then we cannot use a flat plane. We would have to use a tall cylinder, a very tall cylinder. So I basically take this red cylinder that's been hollowed out. Okay, let's go into edit mode, and we'll increase its height by, I don't know, 10. We'll make it a full 10. And so that would be the ecliptic plane of a flat Earth, and the sun can rotate around the top of that. Of course, those are the dynamics that we see in reality. We see the reality is the sun does appear to move across the sky, and so that's either a motion of the sun by itself against a still and stationary non-moving Earth, or that is a combination of the sun moving and the Earth moving in a rotation sort of factor, whether it's a still, not a still and stationary Earth, but a flat and rotating Earth like a record player, or a spherical rotating Earth like the heliocentric model. And so here's one thing we can look at to determine where the equator is, right? Maybe a lot of people have seen this video or a demonstration similar to it, and I'm going to call this basically three-card Monte. You know, you can play that game in most big cities. There's some guy on a street corner, ready to take your money in a game of three-card Monte or find the queen, or you know, where's the ball under the nutshell. This is just a basic scam. Okay, and so, but this demonstration, the water demonstration at the equator, demonstrating the Coriolis effect, has been proven to be a hoax. And so anybody that wants to refer to this demonstration as proof, and I guess this would be more for the heliocentrics to refer to as some sort of proof. I don't think a flat earther would refer to this as proof. But this is a hoax nonetheless, and I'm not going to show the video. I'm sure a lot of people can find it on their own. But they basically put water in a sink here that's got a drain, and they put a bucket underneath it, and they go from one side of the equator to the other side of the equator, and they show that the swirling of the water goes in a different direction. Of course, it's because of how they place the water from the bucket into the basin that will determine that, not the actual Earth rotating. This is just a scam.
Yeah, it's I couldn't believe some people actually pointed to this evidence last year. And you just have to think for a second. You got Tyson saying you can't see the curvature or anything because we're too small. And everyone argues we don't get high enough to see it. Yet they'll go and point to this as evidence of the Coriolis effect. Now, I've seen this the full length, not this one, but another one where they go in, they're about 20 feet of the line over here, and they'll spin it, and you could see the bowl they used is made in such a way, and plus when he pours in the water, he pours in the right side, and then they walk 20 feet past this direction, and then sit there, and then put the bowl down, and then pours in the other direction. And they put a little leaf on top showing the spin and everything. And they think within that 40 feet, like 40 feet, there's a noticeable difference to a Coriolis effect. Yet airplanes can't feel it because they never correct for it. And people say a bullet, or the snipers do, that's garbage. Because I have only seen one video, and it seemed to be made from someone that was just knew about the flat earth argument and was going out to put a video out saying that they take it into account when I've asked my friends who shoot guns, and they've never took it. So they don't even know about it. They were shocked when I even asked, well, am I a retard? I'm like, no, it's an argument that people are using. So I look like a retard asking their question, thinking that, hey, it might be actually a little bit true, but no, there's nothing there. The pilot too says same thing. So yeah, I agree with you there. It's just bogus. I'm not sure why you're bringing it up. It has nothing to do. I think the sun, like I said, the sundials more than prove the sun's path over the areas where they've been able to build them, which is over almost any part of that land, especially near the equinoxes.
But going back into Kitely, I'm looking at the models. Yeah, the equator, there is no equator on the flat Earth. There would be no equator as far as how we define the equator.
Mm-hmm.
And if there were, like I say, in this pancake configuration, whether it's a cylinder or a square, and not a skull or a torus, it would be, the equator would equate to being a cylinder. And that's just the dynamic that it would have to be. And so I'm going to leave it there for now, and probably talk a little bit more about simulation theory in the next upcoming videos, if I don't decide to go back into looking at some of the more intricate pieces of the heliocentric model, or even continue on with this idea of the flat Earth model and its dynamics.
Sorry, dude. That just doesn't make sense to me. I'm not sure where you're going with that. Feels almost like you're. It's good to think about stuff. I mean, where it could possibly be, and I think that gets us all into trouble, especially because they'll take it as that's what it has to be. Then, and if you don't prove it, then the whole theory is wrong, which is wrong. Flat Earth is about first and foremost finding evidence that disproves what is being taught, and that we have ample of. That's no question. We have tons of evidence that disproves what the scientists say we live on. Now the next question, where do we live then? Well, who the hell knows, I say, because really, I've traveled quite a bit of places, but when I really sat down and thought about it, I don't remember ever going to the shoreline and marking it all out myself. You know what I mean? Personally, how much do I really know? How much do I know of where I live? What tools do I have access to go find out? What can I do to go find this out? as a person, how much do you really know, right? So I've done some tests, so like going out, one of them you can do is go measure for the curvature. It just takes a long enough lake. And once you got that in your pocket, you start with one true fact, is that the measurement that should be there for the curvature of the earth is missing. It's flat. Go to a mountaintop after that and look across the mountain range. We've done it. This is the craziest one because you can see for a long ways. And it's a nice hike. It's flat. There's no doubt about it. It's flat. There's no way there's curve. We looked at it. Once you see it from a mountaintop, it's a whole different. I mean, if we all walked around on the mountain peak every day, there's no way they would have put the globe over our eyes. No way. So we don't have to come out and explain every angle of what the universe has to be. The scientists today can't tell us because they're lying to us. So you think we're responsible now to give you all the facts to what it could be? No, I don't think so. I have my beliefs. They might be different than any other flat earth out there or flat earth truther out there because each of us are coming in at different angles. Each of us are going over the evidence in different ways. And we've only figured this out in the last couple of years. They've had hundreds of years from my account right now to wrap this around the public. So you expect us to just sit here and have to prove stuff right now we don't have to prove? The only thing we have to prove is that the globe doesn't work, which we've done, period. So let's go from there. Well, that's shitty. You know, Tim Osmond did that, which I believe is just, you know, some of these guys, they must be paid to do this or something. That's just crappy. I like Validation Boy. It's one of the first people I started really talking to on our channel. And we should respect everybody, you know, and I try to respect everybody's viewpoint. We might not all look at it the same. We might be interested in going off and trying to figure it out and coming up with our theories just as much as Einstein did. And, you know, those theories could be wrong. Same with Einstein, and he admittedly said so. We went through the video already. I already proved that even quantum physics is not something even the scientists back then. And when you start to think about it, that's where they got us, because really a lot of things can be answerable just in wavelengths and then refer to everything as particles. Like, that's why we have localized light. Think about it. Light doesn't travel forever. If that was the case, there would only be one light shining down a road, lighting it up. Why do we just, you know, they have to put lights one after another, after another, after another, after another, because lights don't go on forever. They don't light up endlessly. There is points to that. It's not like you can see it every night. You can see how the brightness in the sky where the sun has started to go down in the horizon. You could see where the sun is fading in the back is a different color, usually orange and pinks up here. And you could tell that's a part of that localized light. It's not an endless light. And that's the first mistake a lot of people make when they're trying to figure this out. They're like, well, if it's flat, then the light would be everywhere, you know, but that's not the case, because your mind's not looking at it rationally. When you turn on light in your house, you know that light's only getting so far before you have to light another light. You know, even in a construction setup, I've been on many of projects. You know, you can't just trust one light on the floor, and there's no walls blocking it or anything. It's just the light doesn't reach far enough to work on the other side of the building. I need another light. You know, this is just logic. It's always been right in front of us, and we never ask the questions. You know, that's what really pisses me off, is that I just took a lot of stuff for granted from school and never even thought to question the foundations to it, which I should have. And I'm glad I am. Every day I get stronger, because every day I'm researching. Every day I'm looking back and finding their mistakes, because they've made many, because it did take a lot of people. And They each got their egos. Remember, their satanic way of looking at life is about pleasure themselves. That's why they're into it. It's all about themselves. They all got egos. They probably stab each other in the back. I don't put it past that, you know. That's why we see it. I don't know. I'm not a part of their society, so like I have all the answers, but I could definitely see what they're doing. We can pinpoint all the little false flags they do. I mean, Russian Vid, he hands down nails them day after or within hours. It's crazy. And his stuff is really good research. I really like going and watching his stuff. What's this? All right. And you know, and the shrinking sun is I got hundreds of pictures now of the sun shrinking. And once you go up high enough too, get on top of a mountaintop, go there and camp out for the night, go watch the sunset. It's completely different than being down on the ground. Again, like when they're looking across to the Chicago skyline, when we started talking about the air has that moisture in it. But as you get higher, you don't get as much moisture. You get drier air always. So go to a mountaintop, the highest that you can get to, if you can. This is self-evident stuff. And go watch a sunset or a sunrise. It's completely different than being on the ground because it's not going to be obscured by all these layers of moisture. It's completely different. And hopefully, you know, check the weather and you'll see, you know, if you get some clear nights and, you know, some warm nights and go up in the winter, some nasty stuff can happen on the mountain. But go up there and take a look. Go do some self-evident stuff. You know, and another thing that that's easy to look at too, that's raised a lot of questions, is all the radio contact, all the radars and everything, pre-satellites. Because if you look at that whole industry and that technology, there's a lot of impossibilities, even with the high jump going down, being able to see the land 600 miles ahead of themselves with radar just doesn't compute onto a globe. You really don't got a voice with me. I can't understand. You've been around for as long as you have been, I believe over a year, and you refuse to look at the evidence. It just does not make sense to me. There's only one explanation for a person like you. You're willfully a part of this or getting paid to do this. It's one of the two. And you know what? For a lie this big, it's easy for me to think that there's people here trying to make sure this lie stays a lie. Stays covered from the public. Yeah. So, wonder how much you make. Your soul is, in my opinion, not worth whatever they're paying you or whatever you've been promised. Because it's definitely a spiritual war. I can see it. I don't know if others can see that, but it's definitely not about, you have all the physical stuff. You can see it in movie stars that come around and have leaked. They're not happy. And they have everything. They have mansions and everything. So you know what it was. You know what it's about. They figured it out. And they figured out the most precious thing that they ever had. So, you know, think about that. It's your soul at stake here. I could give a shit about my physical life. Fuck that. I'm not here to love Satan's sins. You know, I'm here to learn a lesson. I think that's why we are all here. I think for some reason, all the stories we hear with all these religions, you know, we're here for a punishment, to learn something, you know, to better ourselves. They use the truth amongst the lies. Don't trust anything from man's hands. Self-evident stuff is the best way to go. Make your foundation out of facts. Go out, measure a lake. Go out, do a full moon experiment I'm telling you, it shocked the shit out of me. I never did that as a kid. I mean, you even think about it. The moon is always colder in the full moon. It just, I've always noticed that about those nights, especially up in here in Canada, because if it's a cold day when we got, you know, fresh snow and that, and then that night comes on, it's a full moon, holy cow, does it get crisp. So, yes, you know, it's just self-evident stuff, plus moonlight, sunlight. Actually, you know, I know another thing, check this out. So get thinking about the moon. What can self-illuminate, bioluminescence and stuff, and illumination, all that. I know that's very satanic, and they've been using that a lot. I'll show you guys some stuff later on, and probably one of my future research with you that with the illumination, how it's spilling into our today's culture and everything, more than what most would want to admit. But anyway, back to the moon. What could be self-illuminating? So there is other things like, you know, light bugs and that, but it can't be organic, because if it's up there, there's no oxygen, or little oxygen, then what could it be, right? So I track it down, and I'm, spell it right? Probably wrong. Oh, there it is. Let's see here. So the morning star, Lucifer, light bearer. Remember this all from Lucent Technology? Very interesting stuff. It's not and white phosphorus and red phosphorus. So our red moons. But it's interesting, because the red phosphorus is when it's under pressure and exposed to oxygen. It's interesting. And it glows when it starts glowing when it's with exposed to oxygen, which makes it goes white. Then under pressure, it starts to glow red, and then purple, and then black. It's really interesting stuff. And I did a video on this, actually, bring this to the community's attention, because when you look at the moon, everybody's trying to explain how it could self-illuminate. And phosphorus is not found on Earth in a pure state. It's always mixed into stuff. They're always breaking it. They have to mine and separate it out of other minerals and stuff. So, you know, there's a lot of interesting stuff here about this. And especially the fact right in the beginning here again. And look at this. Right? 669. There's our 666 again. This is what I'm always talking about. Every time I go look at anything that I think is starting to get close to truth, it's connected on those years as well. You know, so I would go and if you guys got time and stuff when you're researching, go and start researching this stuff and see where it leads you. Maybe come up and play with some ideas on this. Like, instead of let's try to figure out what map, let's try to figure out some of the logical things that could be, you know, that are right in front of our nose. Yeah, very interesting stuff. And I haven't spent, you know, honestly, I haven't spent the time into this yet. It just, we got talking there and it kind of snapped me back. And I did this video last year sometime. And actually, let's play that video. Yeah, I found it to, yeah, oh, and I found a song too. It's called Firefly. Had a lot of interesting words in that one too. I find music has a lot of revealing stuff, as I told you guys. Now it's not about the really listening to the music anymore. I'm always listening to the lyrics of the song. This will just take me a second to find it. Thanks for your patience. As always, I'm doing this on the fly, so where is it here? Oh, I'm getting close. Yeah, this is it. So this is a two-part, and we'll go through this. Oops, sorry, guys. Good day, everyone. So I want to go over some research I've been doing. This is all going to do with the moon. Now, I did release a video already about moon illusion. I'll have a link below so you can go back and watch that before this, because I'm not going to really go on to that much because that research is there already. But keep in mind, there is a documented illusion that they call it, and it does cover more than just the moon. It covers the sun and the stars. I'll have a link to this wiki for you so you can go over this, but take a look at that. So also throughout this, I'll be clipping in some footage from other videos, playing also some music and going over some lyrics that pertain, in my opinion, to the deception of the flat earth, or the globe lying around our flat earth, and see how you guys feel about it, if that's what you see, if maybe I'm looking too far into this, but to me, there's always seems to be these connections that we should look at, you know. It's kind of interesting as I'm talking to you down here. I'm just looking in this article and I see the 33 pop out, you know. Is that something we've got to really pay attention to, that number, or not? I mean, it sure does come up a lot when you look at Masons and color orange and the symbology they have. So little things like that, is that stepping too far or not? Not sure. I mean, messages have come in all shapes, sizes, and forms. So numbers and symbols, I don't really think that's too far to reach. So what we'll do is we're going to go into, first of all, I want to talk about phosphorus. It's quite interesting. As I was researching moon and looking at stuff, I started thinking about, I saw a video about fireflies.
So we're out at Goshen Ponds. We're out here today looking for fireflies. People don't think they're here in the West because fireflies are traditionally an Eastern species.
And how the light can be actually created on its own, which we're seeing with the moon, because we are not seeing a reflection of the sunlight because the properties are different. So we cannot, in my opinion, start with the theory that it's reflected sun when we already have experiments that have proven otherwise. So the next thing is like we got to look towards you know, other things that could be possibly causing this effect. So through my research, I stumbled upon phosphorus. And it's quite interesting. I'm going to leave a link to this article and you can go through it in detail. I'm just going to bring up a couple interesting points. The year they discovered it was 1669. You know, reverse that 9, there's your 666. So there's a ploy there, and if you didn't catch it there, they even, you know, have it as the word came from Lucifer, referring to the morning star, you know, planet Venus and Mercury. So I mean, they're really, it's right there. I mean, it's like having a code book with the encrypted message sitting right beside you, right? You know, or the cheat key from the back of the book when you're taking a test. That's the way I'm kind of seeing it. I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, it really lends itself towards that when you start to think that we call them lunar eclipses, you know, Lucifer, lunar. People go insane or lunatics at during a full moon.
We found flashing fireflies in Utah. It's a pretty big deal, and can't wait to get them back to the lab and start to analyze them and see what species they are. The reason why people like fireflies so much is that they produce their own light.
You know, and phosphorus, when you read through it, actually will change its color depending on the temperature. And they say right there with the red phosphorus, it's due to being exposed to sunlight.
And it's something that captivates us. And beyond that, the light's beautiful. They come in greens and yellows and oranges. They come out in large numbers.
So I wonder if that has a lot to do with it. And this violet and black, you know, we look into the Bible and we hear this black sun and stuff. I'm wondering if they're talking about the moon turning black.
And it's a pyrotechnics show. Firefly flashes or bioluminescence, the molecular structure of that has actually been used for a long time in medicine.
Just very interesting stuff here. So definitely go and take a read through this article. I don't want to spend a lot of time breaking it down, but definitely look at those because when we look at fireflies, you're going to see they're bioluminescent.
You have two molecules. You have luciferin and luciferase. And the firefly can control both those molecules. And when they come together, it creates a flash.
And they produce, or there's two chemicals with them that react to each other. And they just happen to be called lucifercia, or I think it is pronounced. And the other one, luciferin. And then I'll leave these links for the firefly where you can come and check this out. And it's right down, right in the light chemical production. And then you go to...
So we've actually been all over the world collecting fireflies, and we bring them all back into our lab, and we do research on their eyes and their photic organs, which is the flashing part of their tail.
Both of these, and check out the way they look and the DNA structures, that circular pattern that we see within our own. And just reading through the article, just a lot of interesting things that you can learn about these two. You know, and it definitely points towards, you know, a complete connection to Lucifer.
And we'll sequence those genes, and we'll put those genes into a larger database of other firefly species. I've never seen that before, and I've been collecting in Utah for 10 years.
And all this, like from your firefly to phosphorus to the moon. It's just quite interesting, you know, with the lunar eclipse and everything, the blood moon that we see where it goes red, that totally fits the properties that we see over in phosphorus.
My colleagues at work have been collecting for 30 plus, and they've never seen it till last year.
So this might be a great direction for a lot of people if you're interested to delve into with me, because I'll continue to do research. But what I do is I do research into about 10 different topics at once. So consider this like the surface part of the research. I believe there's still lots more that can be learned if we go through and break this down, because the way they explain the axis, the degree tilt, the orbits, and all this, and how these solar eclipses happen. I read through quite a bit of it, and at first glance, now I'm not saying I've actually broken down every number and built myself a little model yet, but I plan to eventually put that to test. And someone wants to jump the gun on that right away and get a model built and try to put that model from their numbers into a physical form so that you can test it. I think that will reveal a lot of truth.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4.
And it's quite interesting too, with this phosphorus, it reacts to oxygen. Same you're going to find with the firefly. Its bioluminescence is dependent on the oxygen. So, and then when we look at here too, I was thinking, well, I wonder then if the moon comes in and out of the Earth's atmosphere, because it's a lot closer, as we know. They like to put it way out there, and I think that's maybe to hide this fact, is that the moon comes in and dips into the atmosphere, which lights up its surface because it's phosphorus. And as it's coming in and out, we're getting the phases of the moon. And I mean, if you look at in this wiki article, I'll leave you, it says, it even backs it up under the liberation, because the lunar orbit is also inclined to Earth's ecliptic plane by 5.1 degrees. The rotational axis of the moon seems to rotate towards and away from the Earth during one complete orbit. And then I'll leave another article here that they go over that liberation, and it's like they over-explain stuff all the time, trying to explain away or pull your attention away to different things and not seeing the obvious. Because when you watch the moon in their diagram, it actually increases in size and then decreases, increases in size, decreases. So, and then they want to talk about how you can see 1% more of the moon if you're on the South and North Pole. So it's just interesting. It's actually almost humorous because I can see how they're diverting people's attention. And then the last point about this is, so you go research, and there was a TV series called Firefly.
You would not believe your eyes if 10 million fireflies lit up the world as I fell asleep.
And it's quite freaky because you got all the relationship symbols from the Masons, the demon, Satan and stuff like that. And then it's set 500 years. Surprisingly, 500 comes up again, and that's the paradigm when the globe got installed into civilization psyche, as far as books are concerned. Because I would say 500 years ago,
Cause they fill the open air and leave teardrops everywhere. You'd think me rude, but I would just stand and stare.
And then you look at the episode names, The Message, Trash, Heart of Gold, Serenity, Objects in Space, War Stories, Ariel, Safe. The list goes on here. You guys can check it out. And then another freaky thing.
I'd like to make myself believe that planet Earth turns slowly. It's hard to say that I'd rather stay awake than I'm asleep, cause everything is never as it seems.
I also pulled a video for you guys to listen to, which you'll hear here shortly. And check out the lyrics for that series, though. I'll read you the theme song lyrics here. So take my love, take my land.
Cause I get 1,000 hugs from 10,000 lightning bugs as they try to teach me how to dance.
Take me where I cannot stand. Spinning low, right? I don't care. I'm still free. You can't take the sky from me. Take me out to the black.
A foxtrot above my head, a sock hop beneath my bed, a disco ball is just hanging by a thread.
That's so funny. Take us out to the universe, right? Tell them I ain't coming back. And that's, that's maybe about God, that God's not coming back and stuff.
I'd like to make myself believe
writing, they'll never see another day. Lost my soul, lost my dream. You can't take the sky from me.
It's hard to say that I'd rather stay awake when I'm asleep, 'cause everything is never as it seems.
I feel the black reaching out. I hear its song without a doubt. I still hear, I still see that you can't take the sky from me.
Leave my door open just a crack, 'cause I feel like such an insomniac. Why do I tire of counting sheep when I'm far too tired to fall asleep?
Lost my love, lost my land, lost the last place I could stand. There's no place I can be since I've found serenity, and you can't take the sky from me.
10 million fireflies, I'm weird 'cause I hate goodbyes. I got misty eyes as they said farewell, but I'll know where several are if my dreams get real bizarre, 'cause I say if you and I keep them in a jar.
You know, guys, I'm telling you, after reading that, like, I almost get tears in my eyes, because it's like I can feel they've been telling us the truth the whole time, you know, in one way, and I'm not sure about all this. Like, it's really,
I'd like to make myself
yeah, double-edged sword, like I was saying about the video. I feel like on both tokens we're hearing truth, but we're also showing that we've been deceived, and we're going to be deceived and taken away that way, right? For the people that don't see the truth here.
It's hard to say that I'd rather stay awake when I'm asleep, 'cause everything is never as it seems. I'd like to make myself believe.
The truth is the key to waking up to this. That's the, Truman leaving the dome. So we got to really get that across to people, and we got to show them this stuff, and make them read through it with their logical side of their brain, not just listen as an entertainment value, because that's how they snow people, But anyway, I'll let you check out this clip and stuff, and I'll see you in the next video.
It's hard to say that I'd rather stay awake when I'm asleep, 'cause everything is never as it seems.
This is a nice little picture from them. And this is the university that did the fireflies. So I did another one too on the moon illusion. It's great to go take a look at that, because it's almost hiding underneath just the name moon illusion. A lot of people won't even research it, thinking it has anything to do with the sun or stars, which it does. So it's a must know if you're going to be researching into flat Earth. Let's see here. How's our chat going? Where was I up here? Oh, lots of stuff's been going on. I'll start from neg down. Well, the retrograde motion, we don't know exactly how it's working up there, but in alternative cosmology, he's a channel I follow. And last year he was doing some great work at building a model using an astral plate, which I've seen in our history and culture, in today's culture in video games. There's something about an astral plate, and it was very precise. I've been looking at this. Is something I looked at, looking at his work. I wanted to see where he was going with it all. And he has a working model that makes sense. We don't know 100%. No one should ever say this is how it is 100%, but we can speculate, and there's nothing wrong with that, and we shouldn't be always drilled at coming up with the perfect answer to what they haven't explained either. Remember, they are lying right now. So the attention, in my opinion, is always on the lie. everything I talk about what it could be, it's just that. It's what it could be once we find out. We don't have the answers. I'm not as, I didn't have all my lifetime to be working at this already. If I did, damn, those guys would be in trouble. Well, would have a long time ago. Now, retrograde can easily be explained for the fact that we don't, I mean, if that sun is going around, it could have a couple of smaller bodies going around it. Remember, even if we look at the basic model of the flat Earth, believed by most, if the sun is traveling above us, it could have a couple of its own bodies going around it. We don't know. Those wandering stars are just that, wandering. They get to do what they want. We don't have the answers to everything, but we have what we believe are good avenues of research to look at to what it could possibly be, but until we get the tools to find out for sure. And I'm sure over Alex, I believe his name is, if I got that wrong, it's someone can correct me. I believe he believes the same thing. This is just speculation still. This is the best information we can come up with what we can work with. Remember the line to us, we're working with mud. So people should question everything. I don't let anybody make your opinions. Go out there and look. How do you know unless you go out, right? If you're just believing a whole bunch of YouTube videos, that's the injustice right there. If you're believing your past education without researching, then you're in trouble too. Because that actually was holding me up for a little bit. I kept coming up with answers they instilled in my head and almost reluctant to go look. Almost. Thank God I did. Well, there's lots of self-illuminating plants. There's a lot of stuff we don't even know about plants. They're just coming up with research recently about, I watched this part actually on Joe Rogan, and when I looked at it in Africa, when I heard of cantilopers coming up and eating, I forget the name of the bush, that same plant, it grows all the way up the shoreline of the stream there near. And what will happen is, as the cantaloupe are eating the bush over here, the other bushes start secreting a certain chemical which makes them unedible, or at least to the cantaloupe. They won't touch them once the secretion gets out onto their leaves, which then saves them from the onslaught of the cantaloupe working up from the bushes that are already in trouble. Now, that's quite interesting, because how did the bushes even know the cantaloupe are up there unless there is a symbiont communication between the plants underneath in the root system, or something else we don't know. But they're just coming up with this research last year. If we want to talk about year in review, I was looking at some of that. It was quite interesting. There's a lot about plants we don't understand, and especially with the information of no forests on Earth. It's actually in Antarctica, if you look on the it'd be to the right of the mod, about 1,000 kilometers or so, is that barren spot where there's no snow, which is quite odd. You really think about that. There's no snow in this area in Antarctica, right? Or Antarctica. But in that area, there is an area that comes up that looks like a stump of a, what could have been 1,000-foot tall tree or whatever underneath that premises of that research. So I found that quite interesting, looking at Google Earth and seeing that. Well, that works for density, so it would still work either way. Gravity, see, this is the thing. Duality says there's only an equal and opposite reaction, and there's night and day, and so on and so forth. We got density and buoyancy. Where does gravity get to come in there? Isn't 3 a crowd? People have forgotten that or something? I don't know. We don't need gravity. Usually the mass is canceled out in most of the equations if you go look. So they're pretty wise at how they did it. don't get me wrong. I also look at it this way. They're very smart. They've worked out a lot of this already. They made their mistakes, but they've worked at correcting them over time. That's why you see this shifts like I showed with Einstein and them with this whole quantum physics, because they needed some way to create their own laws where we can't look. This is the whole point of how they've been lying to us, is if you look back in history, is they keep everything nowadays is in areas we can't go to because it's either too small or too big. Now, if you go look in the past, our scientists stopped at areas where it got beyond that, because even to this day, the best picture you're going to see for how small something is an atom. So really, what picture do you have that shows anything smaller than that atom? There isn't one. Everything else is a digital image created by a program that's supposed to read whatever information is coming in from another tool that's sending it signals. So, I mean, and you look at the Bell company through the quantum physics, I could totally see what happened there with, because if you think about what that little demonstration with the monkeys throwing little balls through the ladder to hit this, or the shutters to hit the plate on the other side, that's how they're actually particles. And that makes sense, because when something also gets shot out of a gun, like a bullet, it's got a lot of, all of the motion, when it's put into motion, it's at that point. It doesn't get any more added energy as it takes off from its initial point. And then that bullet is going to fade away. We know this, right? Now think about light coming off the sun. When it takes off, that is it. That's the energy, all the energy it gets to go whatever distance it needs to go. It's eventually going to, just like everything else, it's going to get resistance through whatever particles or whatever it has to get through. And eventually, and that's why we have localized light, it can't go any further. You know, people aren't getting it. They tricked us by saying that's how they can turn all this around, is they get into quantum physics, which got started back then, before we were sending up shuttles. Remember, quantum physics is coming in. Yet they don't really get the transistor and that going until, and the first, I think, Intel, actually, it's interesting, was, I think, 1968 and 69. That's when they actually started producing the chip. But anyway, or they started their company, I should say. But it's just crazy. And it's easy to go research all that stuff. Let's see here. What else do we have? Yeah, and that's another thing. Speaking of New Year's, did you guys know the actual New Year should be around April 1st? And that's why it's called April Fool's Day, is they mocked the people that refused to change over to the Gregorian calendar for that. So really, the New Year hasn't hit yet. Another lie, which makes sense. It should be in spring. Well, and there's also, they have that little tiny plankton or some kind of stuff in the ocean. I did very light research on it. I just remember watching a video on it where the waves all look like they're lighting up at night. And it's a reaction with the marine life that's in there. Very interesting stuff this world has to offer us for beauty. And it only shows one thing: there's a creator. On a moon disk. Whoever said a moon disk? This I don't get. Whoever thinks the Earth or the moon is flat. Yeah, geez. Go do some research, please. Free Chan. This is another free Chan. Oh, hey Richard, how you doing? You mean this is another free Chan? Actually, I like wanted to do this for you the other day. I really respect you. So I'll make you a mod for in here. Keep it civil. Hey, Martin, how you doing? No one has all the answers. Sorry, just taking a minute to read through these. Well, and another thing about the moon, you can look into like the red dragon and stuff like that with Lucifer being the awoken dragon and stuff. There's some weird research that connects it to the moon, which makes you wonder, they're all preaching to this morning star. You got phosphorus linked to it. If that could be Lucifer and they're trying to wake them up. I don't know. There's so much to this. I mean, like I said, that's why we need a whole bunch of people researching and sharing their stuff so that we can, I can watch someone's video and see a continuation of maybe something I've already learned something from, and I gain some more insight to it, and that's how we build ourselves up with just more and more research. I already know some of the things, we all know a lot of stuff about the flat earth, so we don't need to keep rehashing the same thing over. I always try to find new and always more new stuff for the cause. I try not to repeat stuff. Well, and it could be too. See, I also seen, with the 2 different poles and everything in electricity and magnetism, we could see that they could be in themselves acting as 2 different poles to that. One carrying I've seen where they put 2 lightning rods close together and they'll react to each other, and one taking more than the other, right? So one being the feeder, one the receiver. So there's a lot of interesting stuff in that MITS. I mean, the toroid. I mean, that's how the magnetic field is, I think, working off of the North Pole and then going around the ice wall, creating kind of like not a full dome, but a donut dome, you know what I mean, kind of. All right, that's kind of my beliefs from what I've seen so far. But like I said, we don't have the answers, and I don't have the evidence of exactly that, but it's where I'm sure we're chipping away at it. Yeah, no problem, Martin. My show's a little late for you. You're on way over in England. Yeah, get back to work. Yeah, I'm not a believer in that anymore. It's just too satanic, or you can see the pagan relation right away. It's just, once you understand this, you understand how that is a big part of this in a way too. That gets us as kids. And it's right in the name, just as much as NASA. I mean, where are the coincidences? And this is another thing. Where are the coincidences that NASA and Santa and Satan, we can mix up those letters easily with what they provide us to make those relationships, and that they, fallen angel, but they tell us angel. They tell us, it's always this, what did one guy say? Satanists always like to flip it upside down and turn it around. So basically flipping it twice. So completely throwing you off. It's not just reversed, but it's reversed and flipped upside down, which is crazy, right? So we got to think about stuff sometimes, but that's why, Mockery over Christ. And it's just, there's so much stuff about this but basically it just boils down to it being able to guise the public to be, to the average person, it's buying my kids some gifts and make some people in my life happy. But as a lot of other meanings to it that we should be aware of. And you know what? I love that time of year. I've always given to people, and I'm a giver, not a taker. So, but still, learning about flat Earth has opened my eyes to this. Sage in the cave. 3 is a shroud. Yeah. Actually, it's quite interesting. That just reminds me of a game. The thing on Richard Garriott. You guys should go research this guy. He's got a lot of connections with the Masonic Order, and with his father was, I forget his first name, but Garriott was on the second mission for the space lab. And that's another thing. You look at the space lab. When you look at the Saturn 3 rocket that brought it up, or the Saturn 5 rocket, sorry, that brought it up, it was 22 feet in diameter. And then go look at the footage of them inside of the lab, which was, if you go look at takeoff, it wasn't wider than the diameter of the rocket. So, but go look at those guys are standing head to toe, head to toe, head to toe in that diameter of the inside of the lab. The average person is 6 feet tall, 5 to 6 feet. So we'll just give them a little grace there, or we'll use 6 feet to make it easy. So there's 18, a little bit of airspace between them, on each of those. It only leaves, a couple feet for all the equipment and the wall, their protection from space. There's some problems there. And them running around and stuff, you guys should really look at the footage for Skylab. It's really interesting stuff. And then his son, he was the 465th or something private or citizen to go up into space. No, the 4th citizen to ever go up into space, and the 456 or some person to go into space. He paid $30 million to the Russians to go up to the ISS. Crazy. And then he comes back. He has a game company, and he has, which has this new multi-role playing game. And he has a travel company to take you to the Antarctica or to the deepest spot in the ocean. And he's also got a company to take you out to space, believe it or not. Go look at this guy, Richard Garriott. All the businesses that he has, all the money he's raking in on these lies. Flat Earth cannot answer what? Answers more than the globe does, I'll tell you that. I don't know who you are, but it doesn't feel to anything. But nonetheless, let's see where we are here at the very end here. Yeah, no, go check him out, man. Richard Garriott is Lord British, right? He's a part of all this, guaranteed. He actually was at. He's with his wife in New York. I have the clip in the one video, and he even says, comes out and says, he tells the story, and it goes something like this, where he's there with his wife, and he's there out in Times Square, and there's some photographer, tech guy there, or whoever he's talking to, and they get a picture of him flashing the Illuminati hand signal. And he even says that's what it is. He's not just putting it up there and then letting us say it is. He's telling you it is. And he says he's actually put that as one of the emotes in the game that he's created for all of his other devs. So that's something that the team all has, that their little characters in the game can come up and do. This little hands, the Illuminati triangle one, you know what I'm talking about. So it is, and it's more insane that the guy his game is a Kickstarter game, so it's crowdfunded. But you know, he has all these other companies. Actually, let's go take a quick look at his companies here. I'll show you. Let's see. He's even got the Man on a Mission and the Apogee of Fear. Oh my God, is that? I put that in the video. It was horribly done. Such mockery, guys. I mean, there it is, Richard in Space. But let's go look at Owen is his father, by the way. And he was on, like I said, the second set of scientists to go up to the space lab. The first set went up to fix up their fake, you know, it didn't deploy right. The one solar panel got hung up or damaged on deployment. But it is so fake. You guys go watch it. It's, I mean, Space Lab does reveal a lot of their wires per se in the footage. Yeah, so, and then this Tabula Rosa. Now, a lot of people don't realize after that there was a lawsuit, and a lot of people accused him of taking the money from that and buying that trip up to space, by the way. Wasn't that convenient? Look at that, he's standing. What's this, guys? I didn't even notice this before. You know, let's save that on my Pinterest for sure. Do you guys see what I'm seeing? Let me just make sure this saves. What's this doing? Yes. I'll just save it for now. Where's that little button? Oh yeah, I gotta pick something. Just give me a second here. I'll just put it in here, yeah. Done. Okay, guys, check that out. He's standing right in front of the ISS model, right? What's that in the background that we're looking at? Oh no, I see what this is now. Sorry. I see the lines now. Oh, my poor eyesight. Where is it? Yeah, it must be. Just a frame then. But still, who takes that picture? That does look like a model in front of the mock-up Earth. Interesting. But anyway, so he went up there, and you see his father was an astronaut, and they told him at a young age he couldn't be an astronaut because of his eyesight. So, and NASA, yeah, space shuttle. He gets into the whole Lord of the Rings, which there's a lot of hidden meanings in the whole Lord of the Rings, even the books. It's right there. He's the starter to the whole online multi-playing game that we see today, the multiplayer game that we see today, I should say. Ultima is, besides, I think there was just Mog was the other one at the time. I think. Now we go through here. This is just his game stuff right now, but wait, there it is. So his space flight, but I want to get to his company, Space Adventures. That's it right there. Let's pull her open. So this is his company that he started up. And good thing to go read up in. Like I said, go and research it, him and everything he's got going on. Where's their main website actually? And see, this is all these guys, and I'll show you too, another gentleman who's made a huge amount of money off of the fake space, took in that money and went into other ventures in their life. But this is like taking candy from a baby for these people. This is to a way for them to fund whatever they want, in a way, when you think about it, because a lot of this money is going right into their pockets. You know, people say, you know, what's the reason behind this besides hiding flat earth is definitely the money for these people. They're all greedy. It's part of their philosophy too, and Satanism, and it's just garbage. It's all here to indoctrinate the masses. I advise you to come here and go right through the sites, tear this apart, you know. Let's go back to the water one. There's, and you know, it gets even worse than this too. Where is it here? Let's go check appetite, fear. That was a horrible. I should go watch my video on that, or I might play it later. Actually, I'll probably play it later. Dick Scobie. Yeah, that guy. There's a lot of stuff behind him too. And his house too. And this is another thing, the X Prize Foundation, because this is also with Peter Diamandis. Where is he? And look at this. There's our years again, right? That's when it's created. And this, I'll get into this guy here. Did I have a picture of Peter on here? Probably not. I might. So these are all the games he came out with. But where's his? I'll find his other one here. Let's go Richard Garrett. This man's been down to Antarctica as well. Or says he's been there. Just 1 second here. Where did I find it? His picture down there. I want to find. See, and this is another thing. He's doing a lot of promotion of that with this Tabula Rasa, this game at the time when he went up to space. That's not what I'm looking for though. And he's got his, where's his deep speed? I'll just go for the deep sea one. Might be easier for him. So no, yeah, the space stuff is obvious, but there's other ones. Where's this tour company? Just give me a second here. I wonder if it's just where it's all underneath that one. Yeah. That's what happens when you do it on the fly. Just gonna see something here. I know I've seen it. So many here, gallery. Astronaut advisory. It's not what I'm looking for. It's always interesting to look for too. Oh, that's just a request for if I want to work with them. But some of them are not their marketing partners, but they're partners. Oh, look at the advisory board. Yeah, interesting. Didn't see that before. Okay, I'll probably have to take more time than I want to. No, I saw it here. See also, oh, okay. This is just the express stuff. Oh yeah, and then what is this guy? Also friends of their family. X Prize Foundation, like I told you. And he's also the creator of the Singularity University. But it's interesting about this guy, and like I want to show you again, same thing. Space Adventures. So he's with Richard Garriott, like I told you. Big family, these guys. You know, everybody wants to say it's like, you know, millions of people to pull off this line. No, there's actually, it's maybe a couple thousand or so. I don't know how big these families are. But we're looking at all the same connections. You know, look at this guy, all the stuff he's into. See, and look at him, all the stuff he's taken part of. The businesses sold, made money, gets into the foundation, and now has the Singularity University. So go in there and explore this guy as well. He's a big player in all this. He's also part of the Dialect Investments. I'll show you that as well. Yeah, very interesting person. Very connected. And the Singularity University is, everybody should know about it. Where was it here? That's it down there. Actually, we saw it back here, didn't we? Yeah. Go look at this. This is for the UN. These guys are like a big think tank, or what they set up for, like a big think tank for all this future planning, how everything's going to be done. You know, the urban planning of the future. You can go to these guys. This is where they're doing all the programs and talking and creating that Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030 now. Is all basically comes out of this place right here. And this is Peter Damaskis started this. Basically, he's the main guy behind this. And then the partners. So you can see a lot of indoctrination. Google, Dialect, Google, Genetech, and then Dialect, huge investment firm. And where's there? There it is. Let's let it load here. And what do we see here too as well? Oops. The Rockefellers. And this company takes in quite a bit of money. These guys are actually handling a lot of the investments for the carbon tax that's going around. So this dishes right back to that whole global warming and all that is connected to the whole big family of liars. where all the money is going, how they're getting it. You know, it's not just from space, it's from everything else too. Think how much money they make from the global warming and the fake space and all this stuff that they do, the entertainment industry, whatever. It's all just, it's crazy when you start looking at it. All is in, not within too many dots away from each other. If you look at it, we haven't really gone that far. Look at, we're bouncing within the same paradigm of people and companies. Not leaving, like we're not going out, and it's not spreading out to just anybody. It's staying within a certain group of people, and it's just crazy. It's how we can see it, and I don't care what any of the trolls have to say. There's nothing they can say to turn my viewpoint away from this, because it's in our face. And if all this information can't be trusted, then there's absolutely nothing we can trust. So, I mean, if there's nothing I can absolutely trust, well, that's where I was when I found Flat Earth. I did a couple experiments. Now I got a nice little base, and that's where I am. So guess what? I can start doing this and start looking at the lie a little bit deeper, because I've already had to throw in everything out. I have to start from scratch, and this is all very, very, very suspicious. It's all linked together. It all makes sense. Logic leads you into one direction, showing you all the players of the game. It's like looking at a Monopoly game at the table finally and seeing everybody that sits at the table. You know. So, oh, what was that about? I saw something. 293. See, I have myself kind of trained for looking for certain years and stuff, just because I find a lot of pertinent information. Just like this, if you do some, let's see what that year brings up. You know, it's quite surprising what you find, just blind searching like that off of what you see as a coincidence. Go put it in there and start looking at what that brings up. See if there's anything else that falls in line with what you're looking at. I found a lot of things about the years just by doing that, going on each year, my key years, and seeing what happened in the world. And just take a note of it. I mean, this is research, and then you just go through it, see what's happening, see what makes sense, what's pertinent to the subject you're looking at, what's not. You know, each person is going to look at it a little bit differently. Like I said, we're all coming in at different angles. I come in as an atheist, and I might look at it differently than someone that comes in as a Christian or Islamic, right? So, right there, too, right? So, interesting stuff. Like I said, the research will lead to the truth. You just got to go do the work. Just go and, instead of going squirreling on YouTube videos, sometimes go hit Wiki. I know Wiki's not the best and almighty guide to the information, but what is? It's going to a library and pulling out a book any better? I mean, someone wrote that book. I mean, especially in the past, wouldn't you think that it was easier to govern information when you're the owners of all the printing presses? If you're the owner of the printing presses, I guess you're the ultimate say to what gets printed. So, but with the internet, we have everybody in an instant can get information out. And for at least an instant, people can hear, you know, and that could get further and further or whatever. But people, if they put out a lie, can get, I've noticed with YouTube, if someone puts out some like completely doctored footage or whatever, they get nailed right away. The public's on top of them, you know. And the other ones that we don't see are the copyright hits, right, where they stop you from posting it because you're violating an infringement one way or the other. That's the way I look at it. So where is the best information? Well, I think right now, I mean, look, we're at the pinnacle of the technological age. They're saying this is the information age because of the internet. So wouldn't the internet be the best source of all the information? You know, so I really disagree with anybody that says that we can't use it to research. You know, like I said, what do we know though beyond our living relatives and as personal facts? But the rest we can at least look at what they wrote. And to me, if it's the victor's history all the time, then we're just reading their egos throughout history, and hopefully that exposes the truth. I don't know. I'm still not done the researching, but eventually I'll find out. Yeah, a lot of stuff if you go through this. There's another interesting one. Caesar's Palace Hotel Casino opens in Las Vegas. Lots of stuff. So just going through here, right, you can find lots of stuff to start researching. I guarantee it leads right back to where we are right now with the same people from that building down in New York. Seems to house a lot of this, just as much as actually, I want to show you something else quickly. If you guys haven't ever heard of this place, it's actually quite famous because a lot of the music from the 60s came out of that area, and still to this day is used for recording in the mansion. So, and what's interesting about this too is that it is close. Where does it say it here? Let me just quickly scan this. There's a military oh, look at that. Wonderland, right, is right there, Wonderland Avenue. The Wonderland murders happened there. There's a naval base photography building there. Where is it here? I know it's right here somewhere. Let me just take a quick look. Sorry, guys. Oh, there it is. So this military base is up there too, right down the street from the mansion that all this music in the 60s came, or yeah, basically the 60s came out during the Vietnam War, stuff like that. And as you can see here, we're getting our dates again, because that's when they closed shop, and it since then has been changed hands. It's actually someone's house right now, believe it or not. So very interesting here. But with this building, during their atomic bomb testing, as the government testing or whatever, they would rush all the film back to this place to get done up into the reels that then would be put into the archives and then sent around to the other departments or what have you. But it went here first for developing and editing. So this is the place where all that footage went to in Hollywood, right? Again, you guys are seeing the dots here. I hope I don't have to draw that one, because I don't believe in the atomic bomb. I mean a nuclear bomb. I believe, you know, they have very powerful bombs, but not ones that are anything close to a thermonuclear bomb as we would know it and are afraid of, thinking that's going to wipe out our whole existence. Remember, they run society by fear, right? So, you know, and this is just up from all these bands. Like, this is a naval place that there has been even speculation in the past, even before Flat Earth, about this place being used to create all these artists as a part of a mission to steer the minds of the hippies during the time of the Vietnam War. So, and it's interesting. The first, I didn't know that why I knew that. Just interesting. I brought back to mind the Trinity. Now that I do the research in the Bible, stuff like that, you always see this Trinity coming up, right? But very interesting stuff about this air defense place. This motion picture creator for the, I don't know what to call them actually, you know, they're military and they're into all the photographs, documentation of anything that they that the Air Force does. And there again, or Navy, I should say, sorry. I think was it Air or Navy? Let me take a look. I keep looking at different ones. Airlift Command. So this is the Air Force one, yeah. Yeah, closed in 69, there we go. In January 1966, became the Military Airlift Command with the headquarters Scott Air Force Base. So again, and that's, you know, we see that lots as turning points to almost everything. You know, it seems like you almost feel like you're reading into something. And yet there's just so much around that date, you know, those dates. Just like if we go, say, what would be the chances there's something just in his biography that would turn us to that date? Let's see here. There it is. All right. Where's his wiki? You find it every time you're researching someone involved with this. It seems like in their biography, especially, either they get divorced, they're born, they die. You know, look at Kennedy Jr. He died in 1999. You know, he started as Miss Pageants, 1996 to 2015. You know, and when you think about it, remember when the millennium, they said about the computer thing that was going to happen. 99 would have been, society was very tense at the turn of that year into the millennium. So there's a lot of energy right at their winter solstice. And you know, they have some big event at that time. So you can imagine what they did that year. That, I find 1999 to actually be one of the greater years to look at when you're looking at this from that perspective. There's a lot of stuff that happened in 1999. A lot of company logos changed too during that time. They more represent that, you know, where we could find them introducing some kind of symbolism towards the 666 or so forth. The horns, you know, it doesn't matter. You just keep finding it all over the place. But you should go through his bio. He's going to be your president anyway, for the Americans that are listening. And for anybody else, it's great research to go back and look at people. He actually, there was another thing interesting. Someone was suing him for his casino. Where's his name here? Just waiting for where I see it highlighted. But he also got divorced in 1999. And these guys have been bickering for years, yet he actually spoke highly of him for the run for presidency. It's kind of interesting. You know, lots of stuff in here about him. He's had a very accomplished life. He's made a lot of money. And in this world, when you're making a lot of money, wonder if that is just the whole, you know, like, you got to be screwing over a lot of people. And his connections here too. Yeah, I forgot he was in wrestling for there. There it is. Let's see. 1999. He tried to go in 1999, actually, too, right? Do you guys know that? Huh. Imagine that if it was Trump instead of Bush during that time. Interesting. Birth or conspiracy theories. Oh, he's a conspiracy theorist, eh? Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, and and every one of these blue links, right? If you're researching, all these would be darkened on me if I went through each one yet, but I haven't got there yet, as you can see. But it would, that's how hardcore the research would be, is going down each and every one of these paths. That's why we need lots of people looking at this stuff. If we dissected it all, I'm sure we'd find all the connections. And, oh, these guys all own this. These guys all own that. This is how they're employing us to believe in this bullshit so they can go and ruin the world and do what they need to do. It's just so much stuff. There's so much stuff to catch my eye that I would love to go back and I'll remember it now, but in 30 minutes from now, I'll be looking at something else, and I'm on to something else that I feel is more pertinent to look at right now. Where was this guy? I remember seeing him. There's a lot of interesting stuff that people should know about, but no one, I feel, has the time to sit down and actually go through it all. Life's so busy. And did you know, with that Unix system, just bringing up Nixon was the one that made the mandate for all government computers by 1968. So before 1969, they had to be running on the same system so they can talk to each other. And that was from that Lucene Technologies Unix coding, like from that department that did the Unix coding. They're the ones that created the standardized interface the internet was going to talk to all the machines. That's just my generalization of it. I would go and read read through all that with Lucent Technologies. I was just bring that up, noticing that caught my interest there. Like so much stuff to go look at. He's into so much, guys, so much. It makes me wonder, because when you think back to, them showing us 9/11 and the predictive programming we know they do, seeing that, Back to the Future, them predicting Biff and everybody, you could see the relationship from Biff's tower, like we got Trump Tower. Just crazy stuff. You really wonder. I mean, he's connected to everything that we see that's a part of this package of lies. So I don't look at Trump to be the savior, the truther that we all, or anybody out there thinks he is, because I've heard that from a few people, and I just, sorry. I just don't see it happening. I don't see Trump being that person. If anything, he's lying to please everybody, while he tries to get his ass into power, which isn't for how many days? We got 9 days. And that actually officially happens. Which I heard there's going to be some huge protests that day. Like, this is going to be a pretty interesting day. And yet Obama passed that executive order last March for the smooth transition of government. Why did that? To me, it still baffles me, that one. But I won't get into that. Sure, guys, it's politics. I'm not an expert at it. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff with this guy. You guys really need to go through. How long? Oh yeah, I'm only halfway down the page. That's probably why it's taking forever to find this guy. He's got a lot of stuff. He's added stuff since his winning the election. Yeah, that's crazy. How did that line up? So the degree was revoked on December 9th because Trump had it. So Interesting. Must have bypassed it. But anyway, he had someone that he sold the Trump casino to. And that gentleman also divorced in the same year as him. I just thought it was interesting because it was 1999. It's just one other connection, but as you saw through the article there, or through his wiki page, there's tons of stuff here to go look at. His connections and the overall picture we're getting from people he talks to, the stuff he's saying, the building, the families, the 9/11 connection, just everything. It's just, I don't know, it seems pretty apparent to me. I'm going to keep showing you guys research though, so you guys can see all this. And as you're going to, I'm hoping you guys are checking out some of this, because I do a lot of reading on the side. So of course, I probably won't cover it all with you guys, because we're not just going to sit here and read together. So, and I retain what's pertinent to try to figure out this picture. But I advise everybody to do the same, because I might misquote something or what have you. I'm just human, right? So, and I can only store so much new incoming information, which is quite a bit when you come into Flat Earth, because you dump everything else. So you're like a sponge again. Yeah, it's just amazing what you find connected to this whole paradigm of them lying to us. And what's to come, it's almost biblical. Like, this guy is just, he feels, actually, I think everybody's had it wrong. And I agree with that one channel. I almost feel, everyone was calling Obama the Antichrist, but I'm starting to think, just from what I'm seeing, he would be the Islam say he wears like this gold too, which this is just, Trump has always got the gold, right? The gold black. So if you look at, because the Islams, the Jewish and the Christians all have their Antichrist. It's pretty, when you read there, because they each have the Antichrist. And they all describe him with the darkened eye. The Islams is, a little bit more graphic. But yeah, they add this, that he's got a gold cloak or something, which interesting, because anytime I ever see Trump stuff, it's always got tons of gold on it. Yeah. And the Jewish are waiting for a Messiah. So that's interesting stuff. So, which one's this? Okay. Yeah, and that's another thing. I saw that there's the already, well, when we look back at his run for presidency, he's had the news kind of reported almost twice of, attempts at him. So they're almost predictive programming there. Plus, someone was trying to relate to with the Russian ambassador being that false flag anyway. But anyway, him laying on the ground looked like Trump. But I don't know about that. That's seeing into things, I think, and that's a personal thing. We all do it. I don't think any of us don't do it. We usually stop ourselves and go, well, I got to double check that kind of thing, or I'll just leave that as the back burner evidence. My front burner evidence is this, and this, so we define our evidences. I don't think you have complete evidence and complete truth, which isn't always up for debate, They're all hoaxes too. Yeah, Morningstar, I just saw that. They are definitely all hoaxes. It makes me sick, this one, to lie about children being killed. It's just disgusting. Don't like that. Yeah, trumpets, actually in the Bible, right? They say about a trump being sounded, right? That's how it all starts. And last year was the Jubilee year, which would be, they say it was sounded in. So makes you wonder, Especially that when I went to his website, and you got trumpets and trumpets and a trumpet without the S. Yeah, well, you know, they got, I watched another video in Russia. There's a small town where they went and named one of their, it's like a little shitty street. It wasn't much, where the citizens went and got it renamed after Trump, which is interesting. So when we hear this, like the Jewish talking about their Messiah, they're waiting for, that the Messiah is going to bring all the nations together. When I read about the Jewish Messiah coming, that they're waiting to come, it almost sounds like the Antichrist from the Christians' point of view. Because, you know, he's going to be loved by all. It's like, what president came in to the United States ever that where you've seen over in Russia, they're naming a street after them. So that's almost getting into this all thing. You know what I mean? Well, they're just puppets, exactly. It's well, we don't know if it's just the Rothschilds or, I mean, all these upper families. There's the Soros or Soros, whoever his name is. He's like out to lunch. He's all about Ukraine right now. We got the Rothschilds, amongst other families out there, and I'm wondering if these aren't just, you know, when we hear about the 12 this, 12 that, like the 12 disciples, and we got the order of the 12, all kinds of men are uses of 12, and even in our mathematics and stuff like that, and our counting of our months when it should be 13. You know, I wonder if it's not 12 families make up that one of the upper tiers on that pyramid towards the top. You see, and these are just things, you know, unless you're looking down from the top of the pyramid onto the picture, you're not getting the full picture. We're always looking up. We're at the bottom of that pyramid. So do we truly know? I don't know. If we do, I can see only stuff that we can, you know, and this is the one thing you always have to ask yourself. So you can go look at the order of the 300 and see the Queen is a part of it. So, you know, what is this organization? What's it all about? It's pretty suspicious. You see, it's played into movies. Now, the other thing you have to ask, though, why do they have this information out in the public's hands? You know, why are they even revealing any of it? Like, shouldn't they have had all this better hidden? Because sometimes I wonder, I'm like, this is just so in the open. Like, is this just the flip upside down, and we still don't understand the reverse? Because, like I said, when that saying I heard about how Satanists always flip it upside down and reverse it, that means they do two lies to it. You know what I mean? There's you might just get it back flipped up, but you forgot to reverse it yet. You know what I mean? So that leaves that question, do we know? I don't know. So, but I'm going to keep researching until I figure it out. So, yeah, money is evil. Money is a representation of our labor and then taken advantage of, for sure. And it's evil. It's our invisible shackles in a way. And money stops us from doing everything that we should be doing. You know, like as a human race, we should be looking at it as bettering of humanity instead of trying to, like, does it even make sense to get King of the Hill status on as a community? It doesn't even make sense. That doesn't work out. Because really, even if you're the one that makes it to the top of that hill, that means now there's a whole bunch of people that are barely living because of that. And that's a horrible way to try to build a pyramid. You don't build with a weak foundation. You know what I mean? In their principle. It just doesn't make sense. It's an oxymoron in a way. I mean, they build on the broken bones of the people that they rape, in a sense, you know? Like, How is that going to ever build anything of value? Any kind of foundation cannot be built out of the broken bones of the people you just took advantage of. And if that's your pyramid, to build it on that, then what kind of pyramid have you built? Like, these guys are insane in their mind. And this whole climbing to the top of the heap, like this race that everybody's in to be better than the next person, that's saying the same thing. Because if you're better than everybody, then everybody's worse than you. You're putting, it's like in your mind, you're putting all the crap beneath you. That's the shittiest foundation to stand on. Mentally, spiritually, physically, it doesn't work. You know, like, you can't go out and build a house with that mindset. You cannot go out and put down a mud foundation and then try to build a house on it. You can't do it. It's got to be out of concrete, you know? You got to make a rock foundation. That's the whole thing here, you know, and people aren't getting it. Our whole humanity is flipped upside down. It's doing the exact opposite of what it should be doing, you know, and we allow it to happen. That's the shitty part. We know there's people that go to jobs that know they're not, you know, for the progression of humanity, this job's not even needed. You know, how many jobs are just there to watch the money? Like, these people are just there to make sure the money is taken and transferred and paid. You know, like, how much does that take out of human resource just to govern money? Think of the stock markets and everything about money. How many people does it involve to do that? Now, if we took all those people and put them into the stuff we need, like food, housing, energy, do we even need money to pay for it after? There'd be abundance of stuff then, wouldn't there? You know, like, it just doesn't make, you know why society feels like we don't got enough of anything for everybody? Is because we don't got enough people working for the stuff we need. We got a shitload of people doing stuff we don't need. I don't need someone out there giving me a speeding, like wasting an entire day eating food and everything else to give me a speeding ticket. You know, that I'm going 5 or 10 kilometers over the speed limit. Or I don't need a person up there analyzing to see if this company should pay out millions of dollars for a bad product they put into the market or not. You know, like, we've gone crazy when you think about it. We got all these people doing fucking nothing for the resource that's coming out of this world, this earth. No wonder we seem, you know, our forefathers back in the turn of the century thought that we would have abundance by now with the automation and the, you know, like they said in that video about the Newtonian mathematics and everything made the Industrial Revolution happen because of the fine machines that they can make, so they can do a lot more production. And we've seen that growth that way. And, you know, what a man could do in a field in 1900 to what a man could do in a field today with machinery is 100 folds. So why is it that we're seeing less of production of stuff than we saw in the 1900s? It makes absolutely no sense. Unless we're being screwed with, which we are, of course. You can see it. More people have moved into the offices, into the big cities. We got people doing a whole bunch of nothing. We got a whole bunch of people working on making websites and computer programming and a whole bunch of stuff that really, do we need it? Do we need all these variations of the computer, really? You know, like, we as a human race waste so much. We are all about just making stuff to break, which is even retarded when you think about it. You know, like, these corporations run our world. And what does a corporation, though, I went to, and I took a year of business. And I went back and I thought about it. I'm like, the only thing you're taught in business is the bottom line, is to make money. There's no, I don't ever remember anything about the morality of the consumer in there. It was all about, again, maximizing the profit on any of your merchandise, to streamline the manufacturing, to figure out very slick advertising, you know. So it's crazy, really crazy when you think about what we've done to ourselves. And we allowed it to happen, you know. For what? Because we thought it's for the greater good. That's what we all are guised by. for the greater good, you know. And here we are, we sit here in a world where everybody's so afraid to even go talk to their next door neighbor because the news has got them so freaked out that that could be actually a serial killer. Or you don't like the other neighbor's way of living, so you don't want to talk to them because they mow their lawn north to south while you do it east to west. You know, some of the stuff I've heard people argue over is just insane. Yeah, and yeah, when I found out about that, I was like, you know what? I almost want to pack my bags and go to Iran. You know, the guy, he's a part of it probably too, but I found it interesting researching him, the president of Iran. He takes a bag lunch to work every day. He monitors the government. Actually, if you work for the government there, your bank account is automatically monitored by the government for any kind of bribes or anything. They completely make, like, he is so frugal with the government. Like, if you want to see a non-corrupt government in what they're trying, when you go to research it kind of is surprising to look at his government, how it's so tightly ran. Excuse me. But I still think he's underneath the pressure of whatever's going on in the world. These elitists have a lot of power, as we've seen. Yeah, exactly. The hand signs to me are huge, because how is the Iranian president doing the exact same hand signs, and the way they do them with touching their thumb to the two middle ones is just, you can almost superimpose that over top of Barack Obama or Merkel or anybody. It's just, it's insane. And it's, you know what, it boggles my mind why they go and do that in plain sight, unless, I mean, they just don't, they think we're that stupid, or they don't care about the 5% or 10% of us right now that have woken up. If I'm not even sure, I'm just throwing out those percentages. I have no idea. It almost feels too that, like, have you guys noticed, like, where's everybody from South America and stuff? I look at my YouTube analytics, and it's mainly Americans and Europe. They're looking at our channel, and it seems like we're almost not, either they don't see our stuff in their searches down there. I don't got any friends down there to phone to check. I would love to get some people down in South America to help us take footage at the same time, because I'm pretty sure we can unlock some stuff that way. Or I gotta start learning my Spanish too, so I can talk with them down there. Yeah, Disney. I showed you in the research the other day that Disney's huge in this. I mean, you can watch his whole life from going into the Red Cross in the First World War. You can tell that because all he did was drive around brass and stuff in there. He was a driver. He would drive them to and fro from the airports and stuff like that. So probably made some connections there. And when he came back, his first company is called Newman in New York, you know, like, and then he's drawing, that company drew his first Newman company. He was drawing cartoon skits for the newspaper. And the skits were all about what was going on, which was the flushing of government, well, not the government, but the offices, police and all that, because they have bad corruption in government. Well, in government too back then, the municipality governments and stuff. So they were showing, you know, the change of the ruffling of those offices. You know, that was all in his cartoons in the beginning, which I think is when they first got the Masons and stuff started to get into those departments of government. You know, they start getting their people in there. I mean, the plan didn't happen overnight. This is something that takes years, because I believe it's something that's been slowly worked into society. It's not been done overnight. Like even the science research, you go back and Einstein surprised me because I thought he's all a part of this one way, but seeing how resistant he was towards the quantum physics era and all that information and stuff, it opened my eyes a little bit on him, that maybe we're not being told the truth about his history, you know, because there's only so much footage then. So, you know, it's not like you're there and can talk to Einstein to see how he is now or something. But definitely Walt Disney is a big player. And I mean, he's got Club 33. Like it's so apparent too. Like if it wasn't, you know, the thing I look at is if these numbers and stuff didn't mean so much, then why did we see him everywhere? Why couldn't his club be like Club 30 or something? You know? And the thing is they indoctrinate us young. And I'll show you something here. I'm going to go over to just the name of it too, Gravity Falls. I mean, this is what they're showing our kids. This here. No, this is disgusting. I'll just, any one of these. They even act them out. Now, what's a short one here? Sure. Let's take, these are all remixes. Oh, still, let me go. Actually, let's go this way. Let's go. Oh, okay. I want to really playing footage might get a copyright. I used a bit of it in my one video. I should just, and I showed that yesterday. But this here. They got all the symbology in this cartoon. You know, it's. Oh, did you know? Speaking of comics, and just a quick thing, Marvel Comics was in the 666 building as well. There were a tenant there for when they started. Yeah, Cypher. Let's see, let's just play backwards, 3 letters backwards. Yeah. This is some pretty satanic stuff, this cartoon. And, you know, this is parents just go put their kid in front of the TV, turn it on, and then go into another room doing their business. And, you know, probably don't even realize what their kid is watching, to be honest. When you really think about it when you're looking at this. Actually, I'll see. There's got to be one there I can. Actually, there's. Oh. That's not what I was looking for. I want this one here.
Exhibit A, Mabel's Scrapbook. 2nd grade, October 10th.
Look at the symbology, it's everywhere.
Photo day. Darn allergies.
Boom! A million
Mabel's fit.
How many Valentines did you get, Zipper?
Oh, hey, Zipper didn't get any. Oh, man, I thought I was the class loser. Promises. Hand me a microphone, Zyler. Yes, I do, Your Honor. I call as a witness Mabel Pines.
Famously curious. Meow meow.
I'm not stylish. I want to be in this fantasy world.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, right.
Be in this fantasy world. I want to be in this fantasy world. And I know that even though you might act like it, you don't want to be in this fantasy world. And who could blame you? Real life stinks about you. It's how we've gotten.
You have a wig?
We've always been there for each other.
Hello everyone, Flaming Shark back with another video, taking you guys another Blank of 31 reaction to Gravity Falls Season 2, Episodes 12 through 17. In this video, we'll be reacting to everything aside from the Weird Mageddon finale, and that's also the only title I know, is that the last 3 episodes are called Weird Mageddon. I don't know the titles of the rest of these videos, but the ones I'm doing in this video, I don't know the titles of anyways, is what I'm trying to say. But anyways, it should be interesting. Yeah, don't really know what else to say. Anyways, yeah, you guys know we left off on that incredible episode, Not What He Seems. Oh my god, that was ridiculous. So good, and I can't wait to see the fall.
See what's going on in the indoctrination? Like, this is why I want to play this one. Just listen how excited he is about this stuff.
Out from that episode, hopefully in this episode, most likely, and even maybe more episodes to come. Also, the video is apparently 29 minutes and 7 seconds, which is substantially longer than any other Gravity Falls episode. So either this didn't air on TV or was part of some special, like maybe it was a commercial-free episode that was like longer, and like, but this episode's really long, which is really interesting because, you know, they're always conformed to like that 22-minute time slot, and this one's 29 minutes, 7 seconds. So that's really interesting. Anyways, let's just jump right into it. Gravity Falls Season 2, Episode 12, whatever.
And 29.7, if you add those up, right, is 18, with 3 6s, 666.
It's called. We'll commence in 3, 2, 1, and play. Okay. I think it might have started from like 1 second, I'm not sure. I'll figure it out in the syncage earlier.
Whoa.
Oh!
Neato.
Oh, look at how excited this guy
When they
gets.
were
Look,
younger?
this is indoctrinate.
Metal American Gold.
He's got
Damn.
a beard, so he's
Damn!
in teens.
So this is them when they were kids, huh?
Good thing you've got your smarts, Poindexter. I've got the other thing. What is it called? Oh, right. Punching.
Nice! So you can tell that's the stand that we know.
Splinters. Whoa.
And the other
so
one,
creepy in here.
yeah.
Hey,
Okay, so
don't
the one
worry,
with the
bro.
glasses.
Wherever we go together. Don't forget to leave our
There's
names
the
so they
author.
know who owns the place.
And
Stanley and Stanford. So,
yeah, I think you guys are getting the point, though. Yeah, there's been a few different cartoons I heard in the past that caused problems. There was a commercial that McDonald's did once that caused a problem when I was younger, if I remember right. Oops. But, and it, oh, another one from when I was a kid, that was huge for indoctrination. Which also, yeah, the Who. There's a cartoon. Just 1 second. See if you guys remember this one. Talk about indoctrination.
Seatbelts, everyone! Please let this be a normal field trip with a friend. No way!
Cruising on down Main Street, you're relaxed and feeling good. Next thing that you know, you see it. What's in the neighborhood? Surfing on the Soundwave, swinging through the stars. Take a left at Jimmy Jackson. Take your second right past on the magic school bus. Alligator, run on the magic school bus. Make a play, turn two. On our magic school bus. Stop the river of life. fine thing to do. So step your bums back to the seat. Come on in and don't be shy. Just to make your day complete. You might get baked into a pile on the magic school bus. Step inside, it's a wild ride. Come on, ride on the magic school.
The magic school bus. Yeah, indoctrination at its finest. Yeah, and actually the way the school system has gone in the last 10 years, I mean, we can't not look at that and how they've actually openly said that Satanism should be taught in schools so that the student has a choice and understands all the avenues is their excuse to it. But isn't there, you know, when a certain morality line that we should impose as a human race, you know, as a society, a moralistic line where we know what is good and bad? Like, where's this gray area that's allowed into in a way? Like, I just don't get it. There is certain sides of that line that we got to start standing up for, you know, and we can see all the evidences in front of us that's happened. I mean, the indoctrination is there. I can sit here for probably a 24-hour show and not even get through a small fraction of everything I've found in the media for either indoctrination or, you know, like that in that moon video I showed earlier. That song clearly comes out and is telling you, you know, that you're asleep and the planet isn't spinning, you know, just like that rhythmic song, you know, where she points up. This is back in the 80s. I'm actually quite shocked that the flat earth didn't come to light sooner with how long the hints have been given in what I found in the research so much, or so far. Like this is so I'm just going to play the very start of it. Hopefully I don't get nailed by copyright or anything, but you got to see. So this is their official video from the 1980s, right? It's right in front of us, them telling us about fake space. And
Canada 150 is an amazing tapestry of experiences to share with family and friends across all
and
of
that
Canada.
the globe is a dream. So watch when you see this.
Activities at canada.ca/150.
150 years this
A
year.
message from the Government of Canada.
Let me just, yeah, here it is. Watch this. See the screen back there? Dreams are made of these. Right in front of us. She points right to the earth. Sweet dreams are made of these. This is in the 80s. This is in front of my face for since then, you know. I love this song back then and I still like it today, but look at this. Like the indoctrination is what I'm talking about here, and it's right in front of us.
Who am I to disagree?
I am here to disagree, that's for sure. See, this whole song.
I travel the world and the 7 seas. Everybody's looking for something.
But I advise you, go take a look, and I don't get hit by copyright because it's a song. Go watch that official video and listen to the lyrics at the same time with the realization of what we're telling you to be the truth, or everybody's telling you to be the truth, that they lied about the globe, and see what you see in that video, you know. Or are you going to take the position that they have been trying to program us into believing that the globe is a lie for all these years, and it finally set into our brains that the globe is a lie? You know, is that the flip and reverse? This is the conundrum we sit in. That's why right now what I want to do is just concentrate on facts and try to, like I said, go out and do the empirical stuff that proves it to yourself. Go measure the water, like the lake, like I said. The minute you do that, your foundation is started. Then this stuff just adds more stone to that foundation, because you start to see it wasn't indoctrination for you to come against the globe, or the entire masses would be waking up to it. This was cleverly hidden in plain sight, like they do with everything else that we argue with other people that don't see it, thinking, how can you not see it when it's right in front of us? Like, this is right in front of us. And this is in the 80s. This isn't something that even any one of us could have went back and planted. You know what I mean? Unless you think time travel is real. Yeah, I mean, and go back. I've been going back to all the songs for the last, since at least 1950. And then you'd be surprised. Go each year, top 100, and look at the list of songs first. And just in the name titles, it starts to paint a picture. And then to go listen to them, you're like, because you can almost pick the ones from the names of the titles of the song, and then go through and listen to lyrics, and you're like, oh my, it's right there, right in front of us. Like, it couldn't be more apparent. Like I put in another video, this spinning wheels, you know, like you listen to all their music, they're all talking about how we're crazy to even think it's a spinning globe. It's mocking us. And you even look like some of these guys have paid tribute to Aleister Crowley. I mean, you see it with Beatles, Ozzy, Led Zeppelin. It's right there in front of us. And I grew up listening to these guys, and I remember when I was a kid listening to one of my grandparents talk about how when they were growing up that there were groups of people that were saying that Elvis was satanic and this and that and the other thing, and how stupid it was. It's just music, you know. And here, I fall right into that, going, yeah, it's just music. You know, this is artistry. People there, they're just trying to make a buck, so they're just going to put in, they're making, you know, their poem and grabbing words out of the air. But that's the furthest from the truth, because when you really look at it, go look at those lyrics. That isn't just pulling out of the air. When you get to have the skeleton key with Flat Earth, plug that in, and then listen to that song again, it opens right up like a book, exposing itself for what it actually is. And you can disagree with me all you want if you don't believe this, but I'm telling you, music is one of the keys to right now jumping into. You can go into a lot of music. From Maroon 5 is a huge one. So many actually go to that Laurel Canyon, and go to the mansion, and right here go through every one of the artists that have been there. All these guys. You go to the music and you're going to find like everybody's here. Everybody that we know that's a part and has music related to this lie, this paradigm we've got ourselves looking at, this whole awakening, you're going to find all within these guys' music. Everybody has been a part of this mansion. This is why it was another big part of the research, was finding out that there was the music industry comes down to a spearhead. Like, there's a point where it starts. I couldn't believe it when I stumbled into this. I didn't know this stuff. This stuff came out of my research, and I've been listening to music all my life, and I didn't know that all these bands came here to the mansion, this place. You know, it's got all this backstory. You know, it's just incredible. What has gone on here? Incredible, especially when you start to look at it. It's like, wow, I had no idea. and so many big names. Yeah, I would advise everybody, like, go check into this. And there's more. This article is a little slim here, but there's lots of articles if you start just plugging in the mansion, the recording studio, all that into the music industry, and you'll see the whole list of people that have been through and been a part of this. It's just amazing. Even one of my favorite bands, it was System of a Down was in here too. And they sing a lot of music against the machine or the system, right? So there it is right there. All kinds of stuff. Too much to turn around and say that the globe is real. I'll tell you that much. And there is a definite satanic push in this world right now from everything I've seen with the 666 and the relationships between the symbols. And you know what? Before Flat Earth, there's no way I even would have considered that there was such a thing as a real Satan. So for me to, after, over a year and a half now, or about a year and a half being in it, I can tell you that I know in my heart that we're dealing with a very spiritual battle between wherever you want to call him, Satan, Lucifer. He's gone by many names because he is a liar. He's the master of deception. He is the smartest being, or whatever creation he is. He is definitely old, wise, and been pulling at this. Isn't done by a whole bunch of psychopaths. There's no way the world would have blown up by now. There's definitely organized chaos on their side, if that makes sense. It's all for a singularity over on their side. There's a lot that points to that. A lot in a structure of a pyramid to just one superpower. And then you go and look into the Masonic Bible and you're going to see clear as day it's Lucifer. You cannot deny what the Masonic Bible is preaching. The Masons look towards Lucifer as he's the one that's in it for humanity, not God. They have a totally backwards opinion. It's so bad. I don't advise getting really deep into that Bible, but it's definitely worth a skim through to realize what they're being taught and told, and what their outlooks about the divinity of, say, the Christian Lord or the Islamic God or so forth, compared to their own, which is Lucifer. That's why they all they believe in having fun and partying, and you even see Joe Rogan. It's all a game. They're just partying. They're having fun. That's what they believe. It's all about now. It's all about having the most and feeling the best and stepping on whoever you want. If you watch that Joe Rogan episode, it's disgusting. I'm so glad to be not okay with it. I'm so glad that I feel naturally not a part of that, because that must mean I'm on the other side of the line. I think I've got a lot to explain to the Lord, as far as, I'm not been the best person in my life, but my transgressions are far from what I see the evils doing in this world. I'm pretty sure if I'm standing beside Bush or something, I'm a shoo-in. So, but I'm just, and I feel great importance to make sure that this, we talk about this, because there's what else, I ain't gonna live this lie no more, because that's what it is. It's now I get up and put on my mask and pretend to be okay with all this. No, you got to be absolutely crazy to think that you want any association to this after you know what it's all about, unless you want to just hold the devil's hand and think that's going to be okay. it's really up to you guys. It's your guys' souls. I have my soul, and I know what I'm doing with the rest of my life. And trust me, it's going to be spent every waking moment trying to disprove the lies and get the truth out, and to make sure that I am the best person I can be. The yin yang symbol for flat earth. Yeah, well, the yin yang is in a way a representation, I think, from the Asian culture of the flat earth, and just with the changeover from Americanizing Chinese food, like what we or westernizing, I shouldn't say Americanizing, westernizing Chinese food. What we find in the Chinese restaurants here is nothing, it's not even close to the Chinese food. Same could be said with any symbol that comes across, right? So we look at the yin yang as a symbol of, that peace and harmony or whatever, their martial arts, or there's so many meanings that, did anybody really know the real meaning to the yin yang symbol coming into flat earth? I bet you there's 1,000 different meanings for it. I never knew of any just one. But when I woke up to flat earth, I mean, I took one look at that yin yang afterwards and went, damn, the Asians, that's perfect. That's beautiful. I can see it. I actually know exactly what that symbol means. Hands down, there's no other meaning to that symbol besides what you see. It is definitely explaining our world and their history, because that's an old symbol. If you go look in the Asian historic records, which it's actually hard. I had to talk to a couple Chinese people to clarify some stuff, because it's not, being a separate country completely, and their history is not been all converted to English as much as we would like to see for the research. Plus, they have like 26,000 different dialects and stuff throughout the country. Like, their language is immensely confusing. But they do, and I've talked to a lot of them, the older ones especially. I love talking to old people. Like, the best thing you can do is go hit up a retirement place and sit down with the people there and talk about the past and verify things. Because you'd be surprised at the perception of what they were looking at the time that you're researching, to get a different perspective on what was going on. I think it's very wise, because when I was talking to this one gentleman about Chinese culture, it pretty much, just like every culture that we delve into, you're finding out that they have the same similarities about the creation story, So, and that there is starting to ring really true to me. Like, how many times could we be told that we're on basically a realm, a flat plane of existence, or like the natives with being on animal backs, but still they're all describing the same thing. And I just love it, because that's coming from all different sources, from all over parts of the world where they weren't talking to each other. So how did they all see the same thing? Well, I know they didn't have aircraft to get up there, so it was spiritually brought to them one way or a form. We don't know. I wish I had a time machine. I agree with Rock and the fallen angels. I think that there was 1/3 of the angels were thrown out of heaven with Lucifer. And I mean, when we're looking at where does the first 33 pop up, it would be that, wouldn't it? If we think about it, like Jesus lived to 33, but weren't the angels thrown out of heaven before Jesus, right? So I would say the oldest piece of research is the truth. Anything that comes afterwards is trying to hide it, or utilize it, or incorporate it, which changes its name again, just like Disney did with the amusement park thing. A lot of people don't realize Disneyland's also like this rebirth of the sun resort that the Greeks used, that worshiped the the Book of the Dead. Like these guys, you remember the movie, the Gods of Egypt, I think it was called, and they had Horus, and they had Set. That whole story is showing you that birth of that split. Set, it was actually not Set, but it was Akamon or something. Let me go. Let me think. What was the quickest way to get to that research? But let me just continue on with that with Disney, because it really actually that doesn't matter just yet. With Disney, you can see where he changed the name. He's trying to hide the fact of his inspiration being linked to that. So we see Disneyland today. And in Europe and through Russia, like amusement parks weren't actually, they were huge across the world, the known world back then, before really discovery of North America. But they call them Tivolis or whatever, or Tivoli's, Tivoli or something, where I'm horrible at pronouncing these older names. But anyway, that is the name of the city or the town, that resort town, that Sun City or Sun Resort that they would go to every April and practice pagan beliefs. That was that sect, and they were the elitist of Rome. See, when we look back at Rome, we see the exact same thing, but even worse. The elitists there are the ones that were doing all this shit. Like they talk about with people being gay in the past. Well, when we look at who was gay in Rome, it was all the elitists. It was all the higher ranking Senate and ruler, So it's always been in their part of life, not our part of life. There's almost this defining line between people, that there's people that can do that side, or, I'm not trying to be discriminative against people who are gay or whatever, but I think also with the indoctrination, we have to realize that we have a lot of people, because of the indoctrination, feel they're one way, but they're not. And with the chemicals and everything else added to food and everything else, who are we to say that they haven't really, like almost with a sledgehammer, hit society so hard to break their sexual preferences, that the natural ones, that we're at a time now where it's all over society, and because we're good-hearted people, naturally we want to come to terms, and we're being guised into believing that this is something that's genetically in us before we are born. So let's back it up a second here, though. Like, for them to take it that far, think about it, and take their evolution too, that they have nicely wrapped up over here in another pile of garbage. Where's evolution? And this is where that other thing I showed you earlier with the computer saying, evolution is always about survival, going, the strongest goes forward with the new changes from evolution, everything like that. Yet they have things like this on the other side saying that this actually happens. Like, would evolution ever do that? Have someone come out attracted to the opposite sex or the same sex? Evolution doesn't do that in their other book. Darwin would say that would be impossible in a sense, because then the species isn't striving to carry on so they can get to the point to evolve. Yeah, evolution. I like that. That's awesome, because that's what it is. And it's all garbage, but you can look on both sides of this fence that they have. The evolution on one side, and then they're got this, oh no, but people have a genetic disposition to their sex before they're born. But just wait, let's throw that in over the fence, that your evolution, does that even work within that paradigm? No, it doesn't. But again, just like you try to bring the argument of the moon, earth, and sun together into an argument, and they'll throw relativity at you, because you're not allowed to, in the scientific realm, to discuss those relationships. So you can only discuss the moon to the earth, or the earth as with the moon, all compact in its little package, against the sun. You see, this is where the clear and present lie is, because if the scientific community will not allow you to explore it as a whole, to put everything in its place and working on each individual piece's merit and say you're not allowed to do that, then that's the problem right there. And that's where I think students, if they're listening, if you go to school and you're involved with any of this in your studies, question your teachers. Stop them and go, hey, like, why can't we look at the moon, sun, and earth together and put all their speeds together here and ask the questions? Like, you know, they say the moon causes tides. Well, what about the greater gravity of the sun that holds Pluto in place? Like, wouldn't that have effects on our tides? Like, simple questions a 5-year-old would ask. Yeah, it is, Tori. Yeah. And, you know, and there's no disputing Jesus was a walking man. The research definitely shows that. There's too much talked about him from different sources in history. But also, you know, reading like the Jewish, you know, how they just treat him as a man. They don't discount him. But they just, like they say, they don't believe that God would send his son to be crucified like that for everybody's sin, which is hard for me to believe too. It's like, say if I'm Satan, for example, let's just do some role playing here. Say I'm Satan, and I want to make sure, say if I'm devising a plan to make sure to get all your guys' soul. So if I can, what I need to do is, my job is to stop you from finding God. So if I ruled the world, which I do, it says in the Bible, then I have a lot of control over, you know, starting up maybe PowerPoints of government or religions under my guise. And I'll promise the people that run these for me, I'll give them all the wealth and leadership, and they can have rule over the people while they have it, because I know I eventually get it all. And so these people will work for me. And let's see. So I create the religions because people are still going to be there wanting, because they're going to get this self-evidence of there's a God. So I got to make sure I have something in place there. So instead of preaching to God, I got to make sure I put my own Messiah in there. So I got them looking to that Messiah instead of to the Lord. And, you know, as long as it's my deception, and I deceived them. And then they're not looking at the Lord where they're supposed to be. You know, that kind of makes sense if I'm standing in Satan's shoes and looking at the world at how I would take it over and get everybody into my prison. You know, if we're just taking a basic role-playing aspect, good versus evil here. And I mean, don't doubt what evil is going to do, right? And to me, like, I want to believe in any of these religions because they all sound great, because they all are based on some really moral facts. But do we trust what man has created in front of us? How are we to say any of it is from our Lord, the Creator? Except for the creation itself, which, you know, if in a way we role play the Creator, I mean, can he be just looking at us going, if you can't see that I exist from the creation around you, then Satan can have you? Well, if that's the case, he's just going, you guys are so stupid. Look around you. You think that was from a big bang? Are you guys freaking idiots? You know, like, no wonder he just sits up there and he's going, let's see who can pass the test. I threw Satan down there to deceive you, and let's see if you can get by that. If you get by that, you're worthy of heaven. So maybe the big lie is the test. Maybe us figuring out the test, we're just, you know, and this might be it too. We're in a classroom and we're all screaming, hey, we're finished the test. We know the answers, and we're screaming to our classmates going, hey, the answer to this is this. But, you know, this is a special classroom. Those people can't hear you because they haven't passed the test yet. So I don't know. There's a lot of different ways of looking at this. And it's nice to think about, you know, because with a free mind, you get to explore the avenues of what's going on here. And I believe the people with the good hearts are going to figure it out and not have to worry about trying to figure out if they're doing it right or wrong. I think it's just self-evident. So, and what I've noticed coming into this and then finding out there's a Lord, creator, is I went right to the churches thinking that, oh God, you know, there's a home for me out there because now I get, you know, I can pinpoint somewhere to go look and there's truth. Well, to find out they're part of this lie, you know, to denounce Genesis and all those churches to me is just covering the lie just as much as the politicians are and anybody else. And I went firsthand, asked all these preachers. So, I mean, you go do the same. Go to any preacher. Find if any of you can go to a preacher and make sure you show the church and everything you're going to and whatever else. Go there, sit down, and get a preacher on camera to admit to Genesis and post it, please, because you know what? I've yet to find a preacher that I can go to that will sit and talk to me about Genesis like it's real, and it should be. Why am I going to a person that's made it their life to believe in this book, and yet I have to argue to them about a portion of their book that it's real or not? I'm the one endorsing the book, and yet I'm arguing to the guy that takes it as his life's work to preach it. How is that? That doesn't make no sense. You know what I mean? That screwed me up for a couple weeks, because I'm like, now I'm left alone. Where do I go? No one's got the truth. You know, I can't even go to the church that writes the book, that shows the truth, and talk to anybody about it. That's pretty sad. And that makes you wonder, would the creator endorse a church to lie about his creation? There we go. So something's up here. It's not just with the flat earth, but the flat earth shows you that it's about everything. The church, the politics, the money system, everything. It's about everything, guys. It's not just about flat earth. It's about everything. Wake up and look around. It's about everything. We're in a trap. We're trapped unless you realize that there is just a creator. And once you realize that, that's it, because then it's easy, because it's a mental trap. And once you wake up from that, it's just, I'm not sure if it's downhill or uphill from here. I can't really tell yet. If you measured it by the insults I get, it's an uphill battle right now. If it's with the arguing, it's downhill easy, because I don't argue with anybody, because I know the truth for myself. That's all that matters. So I don't need to argue it. You can believe that's a globe. If listening to me or anybody else doesn't convince you that you're being lied to, it's not our problem. It really isn't. It's your problem. It's your soul. It's your spirit. I'm sorry, but I mean, that's the plain, when it comes down to it, we have to realize ourselves. I can't sit here and waste my time trying to rescue someone that doesn't want to be rescued. I mean, the creator is eventually going to give me, hopefully, my star and say, okay, move on. You know, I don't know, but I'm hoping that's the way it works. Pay things to what? Does God need money? Just think about it for a second about church, really. Like, what is church doing? Has it given you the truth? Overall, like, we're sitting in we're figuring out one of the biggest lies. And it has something to do with what's been apparent in the Bible from day one. People in church have been studying this since day one, and they didn't see it. Why did they ever get convinced that it was otherwise? You know what I mean? Somewhere in church, maybe church was founded on good ideas, guys. I love the Bible. I love reading it. I love also reading the other, like Torah and stuff too, because when you're reading them, it's amazing how close they are. It's just that they are disagreeing in certain areas that make it impossible for them to agree. And it's mainly on Jesus. And it's unfortunate, because it's almost like Jesus caused a whole bunch of problems and separated people, then bringing them together, if you know what I mean. Although I want to believe in Jesus because his teachings are phenomenal, again, we're trusting man's word, though. Like, you know, a lot of people point to King James Bible. Okay. Well, we're trusting that a king, you know, did good with rewriting a Bible for the people. And we're finding out that all the politicians, all the queen, you know, a descendant of the king, are lying to us. So you think that they didn't do a little bit of lying back then in when they were building the Bible? Because the Bible is an accumulation of books, you know. It's not just the same author from front to back. Some would say it's God, but I don't, you know, to me, to be honest, when I think about the creator, if he's gonna leave us a Bible or something, wouldn't you think he would wrote in the side of a mountain? I mean, he created this. He has control over everything. You think he would have left us something better than a hand-me-down piece of paper, or left it in the hands of dishonest people that we've already proven are dishonest. They've lied to us and so on and so forth. So, you guys, I mean, like I said, don't trust anybody. Don't trust me. The best thing anybody can do right now, like this is like, we're in the beginnings. So what we need to do is all buckle down and realize that we each, in order to make this strong, if we really want this truth and this truth to be a part of our world and to get out, to stay strong, shed the insults because they're going to come. And it's already been said even in the Bible. And it's almost like they predicted this. And just push forward and live your life knowing the truth. And like, once you do that, it's going to happen. I know it's going to happen. I already know. I see people already, it's changed their life. I know a couple that sold their house and everything last year. They bless them. I mean, they're people that took the truth by the horns, just like, you know, I wish I had enough resource to do as much as they did, but, you know, to go and get a motorhome and then suddenly travel to the country to go spread the truth. Love that. Love that. I hope they're doing great. Again, to a lot of people. Actually, you know, where I find the best ways actually to introduce the truth sometimes is face-to-face. This is actually, I get most of the flack and most of the insults from YouTube and maybe from the chat here, but we seem to be pretty good. But in real life, you know, it's hard for a person. Sometimes you'll see it in their eyes. Or like you could see they're looking at you like, what did I just walk into? This guy seems a little crazy. But if you talk to him for a bit and you bring it in, I wouldn't say with kid gloves, but with more of an intelligence way and presenting it without being excited, you know, because it's been flat forever. It's going to be flat forever. So it's not something that's brand new. It's just brand new knowledge. So we don't need to be super excited. It was always flat. So we just take your time talking to someone. But what I've noticed is people are actually, especially right now, it seems like people are willing to listen more than I would have thought, especially one-to-one. It's like you get the odd person that freaks out right away. But more and more, I'm actually finding it's actually comfortable to talk to people once, but you got to know your stuff because the questions are going to come right away. And I find it's those first 3 or 4 questions that you need to know the answers to, or at least have a plausible explanation to, you know, why that doesn't work and what the potentials are that we see it could be, you know, like, because we don't have all the answers and I don't proclaim to. I don't know how, I have my speculations how everything works above us right now, but I don't know for sure yet. And but you got to express that to people. And then I think Jaron had the best thing going, and I promoted is go do your own. Don't trust anybody. That's the best way to get your foundation. Orthodox Christianity. There's so many different ways. Like even if you look at the Lutheran start, was because the Catholic Church refused to translate the book, and eventually he took it upon himself to translate, and that spawned yet another church. You really look at it, the church has so much wrong with it over the centuries that I'm surprised that it's still in good faith today. Exactly. And only now are we hearing the Pope trying to unify the religions. Well, yeah, Jaron, he's never changed for me. He's always had great videos, ones I can watch and listen to because he presents it the way I need to listen to it. He's a far better presenter than I am, I think, in many ways. But I just love the approach, though, with going out for your own research, because that's really what it's about. And we all come in from different views. I think Jaron and his wife, she was actually comes in with a stronger religious background than Jaron, I think. I could be wrong. But everybody comes in different ways. I overreacted even myself last year over the Hare Krishna stuff with Martin, sorry. And it took me having, I went and researched it, understood where it has some good preachings, but also, again, in my viewpoint, it's another way for Satan to catch people. Just like now, we got New Age religions, and a lot of them you can see are Luciferian. The Masonic Bible is Luciferian, and they say we're going into a Masonic age. So this is something to think about too, and see. And it's all good. I mean, it's supposed to be peace among men, no more wars. It's like, but I'm sure Satan also promises, exactly if he gets to lie, he's going to give us what we want. So if we all want, a world of peace, everybody getting along and everything like that, he'll give it to us if he can get what he wants. And that's where I think that we're getting guys, because we all want, I know I've always said since I was a kid, I would like to see, like, why do we have borders? Yeah, as a kid, I used to argue to my parents a lot of time. I was like, this doesn't make no sense. Why can't I just go to the United States? Why do I have to do this and that and all kinds of stuff? And your first realization about how the world's all cut apart, it's like, oh, this is stupid, and now you're like, it should just be all together, But that's, that's part of the indoctrination, I think. But on the other token note, it is also feels right, let's all work together and have a great place to live. Why are we warring? It doesn't make no sense. But I think that's been also used, the wolf in sheep's clothing. They come in and use the exact same thing we want, and with that guise, they push society to their plan. It's for the common good, it's for the future, so we can stop warring. It's all these promises. And the fact they even ask for money. Look at all these churches. Think how much money it's cost us in resources, time, effort to build all the churches you see across the world. And yet nobody lives in them. We got all this space, and yet the human race doesn't utilize it. Like, we got so many people sleeping outside. And we got so much space built across the world. We got skyscrapers that we build just to have people go work in every day, yet are heated during the night, heated over the weekends, heated during the winter months. And there's people on the street freezing to death. Think of humanity's insane. We put all of our resource into everything. We have it. We've built it. And then we say no, because you haven't earned enough of the imaginary paper that we want you to. The difference is there should be no difference. The difference to me is that all the religions compared to just a creator fall apart, because they all want more than just giving you the peace and harmony of a creator. It's almost like looking at the legal system. You know, how many books they've written now over making laws and stuff. You know, and it's almost like the creator comes with a handbook, and the handbook is, you know, how many pages is mine here? Okay, so my instruction guide to the creator. Let's see, you know, like when you buy an appliance, you get a little handbook. So we get a 1,235-page booklet for the creator. Here's my handbook. This is what I need to study, learn in order to understand this. No, that's shouldn't be the way it is. You know what I mean? Say if you're, you know, everybody dies and we happen to have 2 young people, they haven't been exposed to everything yet, then they start to, you know, grow up and everything else. What is evident to them to tell them? You know, there's no more Bibles, nothing to ever have told them about the creator. What's the creator got for them to show them that he exists, you know, except for the creation around them? So everything beyond that, where would those 2 people know the Bible? Where's the handbook for them to say, here's how to live your life? You're born, you know, if that's the case, we should be born with a little handbook, you know, in a hideaway pocket. Maybe kangaroos are the only ones that have it because they're born with pouches, you know, and they have a little booklet in there. It says how to be a kangaroo. Like Pillbox said about turtles. You know, they instinctually come out of to know to break through an egg, to climb to the surface of the earth, and to walk to, you know, 10 to 20 meters to the ocean. Instinctual. There's no book, unless you can make a video and prove they have a little guide. They sit there in the egg first and go, okay, you know, step 1, step 2, step 3 to freedom. I don't know. I mean, if we use our logic, how did the first people know? You know, like where does this guide to life come from? Who wrote it? Who gave it to us? You know, like really. And do we need it? I mean, if Creator created us, he created us in his image. He gave us everything he thought we would need to survive our life. I wasn't born with a Bible. There's something I had to find when I grew up. All right. So just letting you guys know, you know, some different ways to look at this, to maybe see the bigger picture, you know, because also, you know, I watched Serving King, and Serving King really opened me up to a lot of what's going on with our persons. Like a lot of people don't even realize that we're trapped just by walking around with our paperwork, you know, like really, if you're patriotic to your country, there's your father. You can't be a Christian and be patriotic at the same time, because if you even go look at the doctrine, you can't. You can't serve 2 idols like that. You can't serve the Creator and serve the United States. It's not the way it works. You can't have 2 fathers. That's the false idol they're talking about. You know, we've been all guised from birth. That's why we get a birth certificate right away. We're all guised into being the son of our country. That's why they say the sons of the country. You know, that's supposed to be our new father. That's why our natural law, the natural law that protects us. The minute that you go into and be underneath the new father, your natural law is in your civil rights a little bit. They do look after that because they can't break it either. They can't break natural law. Natural law is given to you from the creator. And then the law that is man-made on top of you here is nothing but a guise, because you go look at it, and it took me a couple months to get through everything to figure it out. And a lot of, like, go first start watching Servant King, and like, there's no way I'm going to get through it in a video or to be able to explain it. But I'm going to show you something quick here. Personhood. Everyone knows what that means, right? There's been a long going, and this argument is still being held today between the churches and politics about the definition of your rights. When basically, and what rights, your legal right, like when you come into existence as the natural law, you have a right to exist. That means you have the right to breathe the air, of course, or you'll die. You have the right to drink the water, or you will die. You have the right to eat, or you will die. And you have a right to move around, or you will die. And, you know, that moving around one, too, means that you have land, means you have a place here, means you own a part by your existence. Is all you need. Is you don't need no document. Your existence alone gives you a right for some place on this world for you, because it's where you stand. It's always where you stand. But you'll be interested to go through all this and even go through what personhood means and person, because you'll be quite interested to find out the discussions they're having around it, a lot of how the law treats it, because you'll go into law and figure out that they actually don't write for your natural, like the natural man isn't written on. It's always about the title is given thereof. And that's why they need to put a birth certificate on you, because the only way they can start talking about you is through that birth certificate. They can't impose a law to your actual divinity, your spiritual part of you. Like you are you. And that birth certificate is then your second, it's your mask. And it's talked about in Corinthians. You can go read it in there. God can't see you through the person. So, and the person is nothing but a mask. And by going and researching all this, you're going to see how women were finally introduced to be in the personhood. Slaves. This is oxymoron, because they didn't realize what they actually did. They were in a physical bondage, yes, because there's nothing really protecting you from the physical harm of humanity, like as far as the God's law, the natural law, because a lion can still eat you. I mean, there's no law that's going to stop that lion from stopping you, and that's just the way it works. And that's how slavery happened. But what we're not witnessing is that they gave up slavery to go into the worst slavery, which is what we have over top of all of us. They fought to be a person, which a person is owned by, is basically another ownership paper. It's just it comes with rights. So it's like you walk through a store and this personhood comes with the Bill of Rights. It comes with I can vote. I can get a pretty good job, maybe, all this stuff. That's what the personhood is. This is what the blacks or anybody else who's fought for the personhood did, is they want to fight for that legal piece of paper, that once they get the piece of paper, that means the law that protects that piece of paper now protects them, but only while they hold that piece of paper, while they honor that piece of paper or believe in that piece of paper, does that happen, So they actually gave up their natural man for the personhood and have taken on a worse entity, in my opinion. The only natural man we really see nowadays is the natives. And we see that greatly up here in Canada. And I'm not sure exactly because it's a little different down in the United States than us, but here we have them on reserves. They're actually treated like animals. But when you go read up personhood, unless you are covered underneath this, you are an animal to the system. Doesn't matter what you are an animal if you're not covered underneath the person. Did you know also to protect any animals in the world, they have to be included in personhood or a person, because they only get rights through that document too. And you can read through it here. It's all in here. You can read how the problems that the churches have had with it as well. This is a huge debate in many spectrums. And it kind of exposes also the guise of what's going on with this lie. Because basically, as long as you are following these countries and thinking that that's your father, or like you're patriotic, then you are preaching to the wrong father. I don't care how many times. You can't have two of them. You can't. That's just, it's not going to be possible. I don't know how much more I can make that apparent. But I would go through all this because this is, and this is another thing that was interesting when they were trying to bring that personhood. This is a huge argument because what they had to do was impose paperwork over top of that to start protecting the embryo. So, yeah, very interesting. And especially you get to learn a lot about some of the arguments that really make sense when you start listening to it. And you can, when understanding that this is a prison paperwork they're trying to instill, and how the the church is trying to figure out how your divine rights can be included, how they can grab more and more of it. It's interesting. It's like they're playing with this line that we don't know that it means that much, but they sure do. It's like they know they can't completely go against God's rule of man. And they protect that part because they can't even, no matter how evil Satan is, he can't break certain rules. And I believe that's what it is. And that's why they have to do this in order to take away our land, our natural rights, is by you giving them away. Because everything you sign for everything. So this is, you do it to yourself. There's not one document you can show me that they sign for you. There's no way. That everything about you that has to deal with your person will be signed by you, from your driver's license, everything. Your birth certificate signed by your parents. Everything is signed from the custodian or that entity. And once you do that, you take responsibility for whatever the legal side has available for that certificate you carry. So just remember that. And I would go and research all this. It's actually quite interesting when you go look. And I know people are probably saying free man. Free man actually is interesting because it scratches the surface one way, but doesn't really show you the other, about how, like I explained, people run off with the wrong impressions about this. It's a very spiritual thing when you understand it. It's not about going out there and giving the finger to the cops and saying you can't touch me, because that's not the way it works. Remember, the slaves were put into chains before they were persons. You're treated like an animal if you're not a person. And they will, a lion can eat you. So take those into consideration, kind of thing. It's not like free man where it's this key out of society. It's not. It's just, this is something for you to understand the other part of the lie, how the society political lie is here. And they're working with the churches. So, yeah, you'll see a lot of the same names will start popping up and all this stuff too. And where's the other one? Part of this I want to skim by. Let's go. I think, I know the link was in one of those. It was, still seemed to must have flew by it. I wanted to get to the page where it showed you everything that's included in impersonation to the state legally, and you'd be shocked because it's buildings, pets, your pets. You don't even have the rights over your pets because they are actually, when you go get them licensed, you're basically putting them underneath the legal law, making them, and they get covered as a person. Corporations, businesses, holidays. It's crazy what they've included all in this. But go research this. There's a lot of hours. I mean, I went through this for months last year. Servant King 2, I have it in my playlist, so you can always go on our channel and look there. I'll just leave the rest, though, for you guys to go research. But there's lots there. It's definitely something to look at. Yeah, and Freeman, it's interesting because Dave Murphy, he actually comes from the Freeman side over in Europe, from what I can tell. And he went into that drinking pee thing, which I'm not too sure of yet. I'm not, like, there's a few people back and forth. I don't think I could ever do that. But I don't, like I said, we are starting from blank again. We don't know what, I mean, sugar. I just watched something on Wake's channel today about all the problems with our food and how the food industry, of course, trying to make that bottom profit as well, if not just being the guise of destruction in humanity, who knows. But how they guise the FDA to get the sugar and then the artificial sugar and then so on and so forth that are making our imbalance in our stomachs. Great research there. I went and looked at a lot of that, the probiotics and all that stuff to help, raise the better or the good bacteria in your stomach, so you have that 80-20 split. That's interesting stuff. I mean, there's a lot out there, so much information, and what do we know? What don't we know? I say we don't know a lot, and we sure do need to figure out a lot, Whereas Joe Rogan sits there and goes, is this the pinnacle? Is this all we can do? And to me, it's like we're at the beginning still. We got so much to figure out. That guy's at the end of it. I'm at the beginning of it. That's the way I feel. Trinidad. That's nice. Yeah, see, there's something about, there's a couple survival videos I've watched about using your pee to survive. So it's quite interesting, that topic comes back up. And then Dave Murphy, who I respect, and think he's done great for the flat earth community. One for, he's good at presenting the information. Secondly, he hasn't flawed any of the information being presented, and that's what I really look at for all flat earthers, is that we try to, there's lots it covers. Like, I go off talking about Satan and all kinds of things that maybe people are like, oh, that has nothing to do with flat earth, but it does, because when you realize flat earth, the one thing is, we know it's a spiritual war. They're hiding flat earth. They're hiding our realm, our earth, our world from us because of something. And the only answer to that is it's to hide the true nature of our creator, our God, because it's the only thing that can explain to how it could be flat. This is the thing that I think someone that doesn't get when they don't understand flat earth is that, first of all, the weird thing is that before they get flat earth, a lot of them make the mistake and go, they try to picture a flat disc floating in space. And you just have to laugh, because they're trying to still keep a lie and a truth together. And it's like oil and water, they're just not going to mix. So, but when you realize, okay, well, you can't have, it just doesn't work with this infinite space. You can't, those rules aren't mixing. So you get a little bit more down, and that's where, that's where the Bible and Genesis really helped out, because there is a picture, and then you go look in history and there's even a bigger picture of what they all thought it was. And sure as shit, you look around, it makes sense. It's like, I don't know if I think I read like a children's book on Genesis as a kid. But I mean, I don't think I ever knew the actual, story, or had a picture in my mind of what was describing how God created the earth. It wasn't, I don't even think I would have cared. I was more interested in Adam and Eve, get to that part. Who cares how the earth was created? But it doesn't matter, because with a flat earth, there's no space. It's impossible to have it floating out there as a disk. So the globe is, that trap. I don't know how to explain it that way, but the only conclusion you can come to is you have to be in some kind of realm which is beyond the physical world, or beyond what you could comprehend. There might be other minerals or particles or rules of physics beyond that up there that we don't know. We just don't know. And if that's spiritual or what have you, we don't know. But it's definitely not a globe floating around in the universe. It's just it's impossible. So that brings everything much closer. That means something created this, and it's not what we think it is. And that's self-evident. That's the only God you live by, right? Math can do all kinds of things. Put a bunch of zeros behind it will make you really happy if it's in your bank. And math power, I really liked to stand up back then. Picture or painting. Another thing too to look at is what's missing. What it's not clear evidence, but it's what's missing from the picture. Is wasn't Tyson ever gone up? He's supposed to be like the smartest astrophysicist. Wasn't he gone up on a mission to the ISS? You would think that if this is their smartest guy, as they promote it, why hasn't he ever gone to the ISS? Why haven't we ever? I mean, we got Richard Garriott, a game designer. It goes up there. Never seen that. That's another thing is it's great to start thinking about all this stuff and go, where are we missing here? Like, what hasn't been done? Sherlock Holmes, I think, used to talk about that. It's not the evidence in front of you, it's the evidence that's missing. So, and I wonder about little things like that. I have a whole bunch of them. It's like, why don't we have a camera faced out into space all the time from the ISS? They got the one facing down to Earth, but no one ever takes a picture from the other way, or the moon. You'd think there's lots of times have full footage of the moon coming across with them, but they don't do it. They just have the stupid one coming over the horizon. That is so fake. Now, that's the whole thing. Once you realize flat Earth too, it's like it makes sense. The whole alien thing, because I was really invested in a lot of research into that, because I thought for sure they're hiding it from us. And but there are some things that you just can resolve. One of them was, why did the government come out with Roswell and say it was a spaceship at first? That's, to me, it just was like, it's one of those facts about the story that's hard to understand. Why would they would say it one way and then flip? And it shows either real disorganized and unplanned government, which are just, and military for that matter, which you just, that's hard to believe. Usually those guys have set in stone rules of procedures to do. And I don't think they're going to be jumping on the horn within hours of something happening and giving the public a full debriefing of what they've found. It just doesn't make sense to me. So that was one of the things. But when you go back and look at all the evidence now, you could see it's a government, it's all nothing but a government psyop. The whole UFO thing has been, and almost they've been busted. Like in Britain, there's footage, I remember with the crop circles, they show the helicopters supposedly chasing the sphere, but when you go and watch it again, it's actually, they're busting the helicopters flying the sphere around. So it's all in presentation on, and that's why I try not to cherry pick my videos, because I'm not going to sit there and try to paint a picture by clipping the video in such a way. If I do that at all, it's only usually try to get around copyright, and I'll still try to get majority of the video in there, or it's for the purpose of that video. But it won't be to deceive you. I don't believe in that kind of crap. Just like someone, accusing me on that NASA video of painting a different picture. I only put in 2 lines, basically saying I think they're fucking liars. And sorry for my language, but they are. And that video, if you close your eyes and not watch it, there's no way that you think it's about women's rights or, women having a hard time getting into that industry, when women have been in NASA since the get-go. They're responsible for so much on the NASA mission. I mean, the girls that did the spacesuits, they did a whole documentary on them back then in the 60s. It was a female that, I forget her name, that they said they gave them the calculation that they needed during the Apollo 13 mission. So that's garbage. NASA's never had a problem with women's rights and stuff, and to them to come out with a video that's that strong, saying they would never be, like, that's not about women. Come on, guys. Whoever thinks that is obviously got wool over their eyes, or here just to refute the evidence because they were stupid enough to put it out. You should go back to your bosses and say, hey, stop throwing out that evidence for these guys to catch. That's another thing. Why don't all these globe believers and have so much evidence and can take down the flat earth? Make a video, man. I search for them daily. I always look for people trying to debunk flat earth or put their proof up onto a video for the globe. And we'll scrutinize it like we scrutinize everything else. And if it passes that, then maybe we'll rethink it. Because the one difference between a flat earther and a globe believer is that flat earthers I've known, and it's almost works against us sometimes, because we are so open-minded and willing to look at new information. But that is the difference. Flat earthers are willing to look at any information, good or bad, to their set opinion about something, and they will allow that information to actually change what they've already preconceived to be right. The problem is the globe believers refuse to even look at information coming in, and will sit, even though they've seen fallacies within the research on their scientists, can still sit there and even recite the fallacies as their argument, which blows my mind, because it's like this comment the other day. Someone was arguing, say, the earth is millions of miles around. You can't possibly be big enough to see the curve. Just, do you guys hear the problem there? Millions of miles around. This globe believer thought it's millions of miles around. See, the problem I think we have is that people don't even understand the globe. We got to take everybody first and teach them the globe almost in order for them to see the lie. It's sad, but true. What you guys think? I mean, that's been my problem. I've been noticing some people I have to sit there and shake my head going, oh, another one. He doesn't even understand how the Earth doesn't cast the shadow on the moon for its moon phases. Like, I don't know how many people get that wrong. It's like the globe model doesn't tell you that the Earth's shadow is casting the moon phases, buddy. I don't know. Just have to shake your head at it. But I'm starting to rant. So we're getting past 10 o'clock here. So let's see. Is there any more questions? And anybody who has a name like this, you even think that worth listening to? Huh? You need a lesson in morality, my friend, because a good-hearted person with morals, doesn't even think to put a name like that. So, but guys, I'm going to call it a night on this stream. So I'll give you a minute if you have any last thing you want me to talk about or a question or something. But I think we got lots covered tonight. Ignored that. You know what? You remind me so much of Negator. Coming at me last year about the arc seconds. You know, I did a shitload of research and I did geodetic surveying because of that, and found out actually quite a bit that works in favor of the flat Earth. And when you guys start to come out with these, where is it, 2 degrees and shit like that, you know, let me put it this way. You're trying to do the same kind of deception that was used in the past to when we look at any kind of model and then you swap it from one measurement to another. So basically you've taken it from just using your plane math, and now you're going to jump in and put it on to changing over to your 180 degrees or your 360 degrees, and the math completely changes and everything then gets segmented into its own little section, which then becomes a little bit more easy for you to try to prove the flat Earth, because you're going to pull it down to this small, depending on where you are, a small number that to the person that's not looking deeper will take that as the answer. But when compared to the rest of the evidence, falls short. And it is only one. You see, basically it's turning the argument into almost another question. You know, all you're doing is muddying the water, as I like to put it, because when you go and really research it all, it still works out in favor of the flat Earth, because when you even look at an arc second, over an arc second, which is 110 feet roughly, it's supposed to have a curvature of just about a dime on edge. So if you have a dime in your pocket, go put it on edge on your table. And it's 17.5 millimeters high, I think, or somewhere around there, which is just above what they say over an arc second is the curvature in the geodetic surveying. See, and this is where I'm going with this, is that we all know the 8 inches over the mile square, but then you take it to the geodetic surveying and you apply it to your degrees and you go down to the arc second, and you got to understand that they start dividing things by the minutes and seconds and so on. And to break it down to the smallest measurement where they can then tell you what it's going to be. So over 110 feet, we got a dime droppage. And then so on and so forth would be equivalent each one, but it's still a square root problem. And that's where we can go jump right back to the 8 inches per square and work it out, and it works out just fine too. Saying, but they would love to throw in the arc second, because over an arc second, it seems such like a small degree. And a degree, when you're looking at 180 degrees, it's all in perception. And the ISS, yeah, there's a lot that we could pull up showing it's not even up there, or up there the way they say it is. It's probably just a hot air balloon going around. Right, exactly. The math works both ways. Thanks, Joe. Yeah. And you know what? Speaking of like Morningstar, Venus and that, how do you see that in the night sky? Because it should always be passing between the sun and the Earth in the globe model. So I don't, and I'm not sure if you have a hard time listening, but I'm not here to argue with people like you or anybody, to be honest. I'm here to present my research I'm 100% flat earth. I'm not, this is no debate channel. Did it, just wait, let me take a look. Flat Earth Hub, year in review, researching truth, part 2. Did I mention it down here at all? We continue down the research we started yesterday. Make sure to watch Joe Rogan show number 666 so that you had information about that coming in today. Yeah, no, I don't see debate here anywhere, you know. So either ask them, you know, how can I put it? Either get with the program here and either put in some good input, ask a valid question. If you don't like the answer, well, that's your problem. The answer I give is the answer I give. You want a different one, go to someone else. I mean, there's lots of people out there. I'm sure everybody's got a different opinion about something. I told people I know 100% that the globe's a lie. And I have evidence of that, which I do. Do I have evidence of how everything works? No, I don't. Anything above my head? No, I don't. Because guess what? I don't got a spaceship. I don't got a plane outside I can just take out at leisure. So you guys are just reaching at straws. And you know what? There is certain things that we can't answer. And so what? That's, you know what the problem is the globe can't answer the questions we have. And they're very logical ones. Like, where's the curve? Well, either that or there's certain people that I believe, see, Satan isn't going to be by himself. I'm going to tell you that much. I know he's got some friends. And anybody who isn't waking up, I'm pretty sure is going to be joining that party. All right, on, bud. You be safe. Okay, guys, I'm going to shut her down for the night. You have a good night, and I hope to see you tomorrow. Oh, it's this one here.